Alrighty, we are going to go ahead and get going. Sure my audio is good here. Alrighty, we're rolling. This is the second session of our Saturday Millennium Dawn series. We are doing a new game, and this is the second session. Currently, we are playing the Kingdom of Abyssinia. After the failure of the Zenawi socialist government in Addis Ababa, a great revolution happened, coinciding with the famine that brought our country to its knees. Although we won the Civil War and the famine is over, Abyssinia is still in an absolutely horrible position. We have spiraling debt and interest rates. We have a lack of government cohesion after the breakdown of society underneath the famine. And we almost got warred. We were blockaded by the Turks, the Egyptians, the South Koreans, as well as numerous others of that defensive alliance, which is very opposed to us. Selassie is not an absolutist monarch. He is a constitutional monarch, but we have unable to have the government or national cohesion to actually do elections. And as such, he will serve until such time as that is possible. It is a brutal situation for Ethiopia. The only thing keeping us on our feet is the foreign investments from our many allies, whether they be in China, Germany, or elsewhere. We have a massive investment campaign currently in the way from China, the Germans, and our other allies across the world. Though for the most part, we are still very isolated. There are very few countries who are willing to work with us. It is not a good situation, but we will endure, and the nation of Ethiopia, the nation of Abyssinia, will rise. Though many call us the sick man of Eastern Europe, we're not done yet. I would also like to say that we received a very, very disturbing message recently. I'll read it out to you. The Ethiopian government receives a suitcase from an undisclosed third party addressed to His Majesty's government. After a thorough check of the containments, the Abyssinian Secret Services determined that the suitcase likely came from the Italian embassy, though it's impossible to know for sure. The contents of the suitcase are a series of written transcripts on an undisclosed discussion among Italian and Egyptian delegates. It regards Egyptians' plans to directly intervene in the Somalian civil war in a move to put military pressure on Abyssinia. We received a series of correspondences between the Italian minister and the Egyptian leadership, wherein they plan on intervening in Somalia in order to exert influence there, which of course we cannot allow. We have had a lot of very aggressive diplomacy from Lieutenant General Mahmoud, but I hope that we can find a peaceful resolution. He was one of many of the groups that blockaded our coastline for trade and also allowed many nations blockading us to go through the Suez Canal. So the first thing we need to do is go talk with him and hopefully get some sort of an understanding out of what he's trying to do here. Hello there. Is this Lieutenant General Mahmoud? I'm muted. Hello there. This is Lieutenant General. Is this Lieutenant General Mahmoud?
Yes, in the name of the Egyptian Congress.
Wonderful. This is King Selassie. We would like to discuss the situation between our nations and the issue that we have in regards to your plans to intervene in the Somalian civil war.
Yes, I would like to.
Yes?
Is anything wrong with it?
Yes, of course there is. Somalia borders Ethiopia, and we will not have a foreign power, especially one that has not shown itself to be particularly friendly to the Abyssinian government, to directly intervene next to us.
We could make a non-aggression pact
We did.
to secure peace.
I'll be honest with you. I am not interested in making a non-aggression pact with you until such time as you prove yourself to not be hostile to my country. You allowed nations through the Suez to blockade my coastline. In addition, you supported the blockade yourself. That is not a good way to build a relationship with a neighbor.
After many interventions and after some problems with Turkey, we now don't support them.
I'm aware, but despite that, you still allowed that to happen. And as such, I cannot sign a non-aggression pact with a country that's so aggressive. That is a long way forward in our attempt to rebuild relations, Lieutenant General. You have a long way to go before the Abyssinian people would trust you for such a thing. You understand?
All right.
Good. Now let's move on to the Somalian issue. We will not allow Egyptian interference in the Somalian civil war. We will not allow you to exert influence in that region. The Horn of Africa is under the protection of Abyssinia. Do you understand?
Very well. Then can you send volunteers to Hubaland so they are independent? We won't influence them. Meanwhile, they are independent.
Out of roleplay, you can't send until 30% world tension anyway, so it's not possible. But back in roleplay. Currently, Abyssinia does not have the support of its parliament, and the international order would not allow us to interfere in that civil war, though we would wish to do so. When such time as the option is there, Abyssinia will be sending troops across the border to intervene directly into that conflict to ensure that bad actors do not win there.
Very well. We will still send weapons to Hubaland. We won't send intervention force, but we will still send weapons to them so we can secure that they have independence.
Weapon shipments we are not opposed to, but I do not want to see a single Egyptian troop on the ground. Is that understood, Lieutenant General?
Very well. There won't be troops, but there will be equipment.
That's fine. All right, there's one other point I want to discuss with you, and that is your allowance of the Suez to be used by hostile powers to do direct action against Abyssinia. If you wish to build a relationship with my government, I will need assurances from Cairo that you will not be allowing blockaded military navies to go through the Suez to blockade us ever again.
Very well, we accept this, but in exchange we would like a non-aggression pact to secure peace between the
We will wait a year to this day. If in a year to this day you do nothing to harm your relations with Abyssinia, we will sign a non-aggression pact with you. But I will need to see concrete action, not just words. Is that reasonable?
Very well, that's reasonable.
Good. In that case, Lieutenant General, I hope that we can wipe the books and begin to negotiate in good faith in the future. I'm not hostile to your government. As you know, I recognized your government. But we will need to know that you're truly a friend, as you say.
Very well, and we will show to your government that we are truly a friend to Abyssinia.
Good. In that case, I look forward to a future where hopefully we will not be in conflict, but rather work together. You know that Abyssinia is committed to the future of the African Union and all African nations, of which Egypt is one of the most prominent members. So hopefully, this is a new dawn for Abyssinian-Egyptian relations. Thank you for your time, Lieutenant General.
Thank you for your visit. I will hope to fix relations with your country soon.
I hope so as well. Good, that went well.
Hamo, out of RP, real quick, I have a question.
Yep, what's up? Actually, no, we don't do that anymore. Do a ticket.
Oh, okay, well.
Yep.
It's a game reaction, but okay, yeah.
Yeah, do tickets. My staff doesn't want me doing that anymore. I can't be answering questions, so we're gonna implement the ticket system. So yeah, use the ticket system.
I will.
Yep.
1 second. If I need to find my government.
Cool. Thank you for the bits, Tall. I appreciate it. House of Solomon shall rise above blockades and military pressure. You're goddamn right. You're goddamn right. We may be at our lowest point in years, even during the era of Mengistu. Things, in many ways, were not this bad. Outside actors, bad actors, those who ignored our country during the greatest famine in our people's history, now are hostile against us and demand change, but we will not listen to them. We will not. Abyssinia will not be pushed around like we have been in the past, and other African nations have in the past. We are opposed to colonialism and imperialism and any form that takes in the modern world, which we've already seen. We will stand firm and we will stand strong. On that note, we need to go fake the Italians, who were very helpful to us.
Secure investments in my country so my people realize that democracy is key. I don't
well,
want to be thrown out of power for
we
God's sake.
understand. We understand. We'll try to invest in you. Of course, you must understand. We should also have commitments to some country. We have to do first. We can't just ignore them for a nation we're not aligned to before. I hope you understand that.
I
Yeah.
fully understand, but we just don't want another communist uprising or another nationalist uprising within our country.
Right,
No
wait,
one
wait,
wants that.
Berlusconi, when you have the time, can you come to Addis Ababa?
Who, sorry?
Can you come to Addis Ababa, Abyssinia, when you have time?
Right, who?
Abyssinia.
Yes,
Abyssinia.
but who?
Who?
All three of us?
Oh no, just do Italy. Talking to you.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. We want to talk with the Italians because those were the ones who gave us the information on the Somalian intervention from Egypt, and they've been really supporting us for quite a while. So we need to take them and hopefully work more closely with the Italians. We really need some major powers to help us. Already, we have a lot of investment from China, and we'll hopefully continue to get that. So let's go to, let's set up another African Union meeting as well. Let's get that done hopefully on July of 2003. Let's go talk to the other African powers. Is a Uberland player. What? Hello there.
Hello.
This is Mohammed Morgan.
Yes.
This is Zara Selassie, Emperor of Abyssinia. It was a pleasure to meet you.
Welcome.
I understand that you are locked in an existential struggle for the future of Somalia. And before Abyssinia decides who to sponsor in this war, I would just like to know, what do you envision for the future of Somalia and the future for the Horn?
I think the policies should be changed.
Such as?
What did you say?
Such as?
As that we should control the Somalian land.
I understand you are seeking to take control of Somalia, but I want to know what your government plans on doing once you've achieved that.
We wish to join the African Union.
It's a good start. Anything else?
No.
Do you plan on any other territorial conquests?
Don't know. Maybe.
You understand that it is basically impossible for me to support a country that gives such non-answers, yes?
Yes.
Very well. Thank you for your time, Mr. Morgan.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right.
Hello there. Is this Dries Locker?
Yes.
I am Zara Selassie, Emperor of Abyssinia. I'd like to start by congratulating you on being formally a part of the African Union after our last meeting and the vote that led to you joining the African Union. So first off, I'd like to congratulate you and welcome you into the African Union. I would like to ask about two things. The first is, what do you envision for the future of Africa?
I would like.
Can you turn your mic up? I cannot hear you.
Okay, sorry. I would like to have strong union against France. I really don't like France,
Mm-hmm.
and I hope to bring close ties to Germany.
Wonderful. And how do you feel about the centralization and continued expansion of the economic trade bloc within the African Union?
I would like to have more trade agreements and economic investments
Mhm.
with each other.
Indeed. So focusing more on investments within the African Union?
Yes, and trying to not rely on like China for everything. Just trying to get our stuff up to date.
I understand.
Actually try to
That is reasonable. Then I hope in the future, during African Union meetings and in your diplomacy, that you continue to push for African sovereignty, economically, politically, and otherwise. And that in African Union meetings, that you will also support the expansion of the trade bloc within Africa and the investments we prioritize. I know that Mr. Bouteflika in Algeria is also interested in something similar than that. So if we can push hard enough, I am hopeful that we will be able to grow Africa independently from the rest of the world, for the most part.
Out of roleplay, I think the Algerian player left.
He did leave, yeah. Fuck. Never mind, he isn't here. All right, anyway. Well, I thank you, and we look forward to in the future. We also would like to have reoccurring yearly meetings of the African Union on July 1st, so I hope that you'll be able to attend that.
Yes.
Wonderful. We'll see you there. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hello there, Mr. Berlusconi.
Bit my welcomes, indeed. Addis Ababa has improved a lot since the last visit.
It has. The damage from the civil war has begun to be repaired, though we have a lot of work to do. My government is absolutely debilitated after the complete breakdown of our country, but we are putting in work. It is getting better, I will say that. Thanks in part.
I realize this. We vouch in the presence of the Majesty of His Imperial Majesty of Abyssinia.
There's no need for that. We do not do things like we used to here. This is a constitutional monarchy. We are a modern monarchy. I thank you, but there's no need for that. I am but a servant of the people.
We understand that your respect for a country's leader is still essential, we believe. But also the welcomes to the representative from Brazil.
Ah, hello there, Ambassador.
Hello.
Hello,
actually,
Lula.
This is the president. I would actually want to meet in person.
President
Mr. President,
Lula,
your Imperial Highness, as you know, the relations between Ethiopia and the West has just been getting worse and worse every single day. We would like to know, where does it stand? Is it close to war, or is it just empty threats?
Well, my country and the rest of the Western ones you're talking about?
Yes.
As far as I'm aware, we're not close to war. There was a blockade from some of the countries which were opposed to, I'm not frankly sure what they were opposed to, but there was a blockade, but it has been lifted. So it appears as though tensions are going down. Frankly, I still don't understand why all of that was happened. There were a lot of very hostile and aggressive nations. I know the Security Council, India, Russia, and France voted to put an embargo on us and demand that Eritrea, which does not exist, is released. But despite that, we have moved on. I think the world has forgotten about the issue, as they always tend to with things like this. And as such, we won't have to deal with this anymore. So I think that we're beginning to get into a more peaceful period. As I've said before, Abyssinia is only focused on repairing the damage from the civil war and bringing our nation back from the edge of complete and total destruction after our great famine, which nations such as Mr. Berlusconi and Italy here helped with, thankfully.
We were glad to be able to help lesser human suffering.
We are very thankful.
After all, we are all humans beings, no matter their country or the color of the skin or the language speak or the religion we believe in.
Absolutely.
This fills me up with joy for once. Wow, it looks like that all my questions I have had has been outspoken by your answer.
Is there anything else I can do for you, President Lula?
Well, after that, no.
Wonderful.
Good to know.
I know that your country became a little, I think, concerned about the situation in Abyssinia, but let me say what I have said so many times. This is a constitutional monarchy. There is no dictatorship in Abyssinia. I was put here by the people. Though many nations such as India and Russia have tried to suggest that I took power. That is not the case. There was mass protests in Addis Ababa, and with the overthrow of the Zenawi government, the people demanded that I come to power. I don't frankly really want this job. I hope when we have the elections that there will be a prime minister who will be able to run the day-to-day. I'm happy to remain a figurehead and a constitutional monarch, but I do not seek to run this government. It is stressful, it is hard. This nation needs a strong leader. So let me reiterate, this is a democratic nation, but we cannot host elections until such time as it can be done properly. Many nations think that we can just magically make them happen. You can't set up proper elections overnight in a nation that has been ravaged by civil war and famine. It does not happen. My government can barely clean the streets and fix the government buildings, let alone institute fair democratic elections. We are in a brutal position. I hope more nations are willing to help rather than just condemn our nation.
Yeah, indeed, it took 2 years for Italy to finally become a democracy after World War II.
Indeed.
We can understand a transition period is indeed normal.
Doesn't happen overnight. I could declare elections right now, but we all know that they wouldn't be democratic, they wouldn't be fair, and they would be illegitimate. And I don't think anyone in my country wants that, and I assume in other countries as well, for all those who claim to be supporters of democracy.
Well, I hope we can live in peace for once, with no news of possible war or empty threats going all around the world.
I hope so too. I would remind President Lula, as well as the President of Italy, that no threats were ever made by Abyssinia. We are a peaceful nation that seeks only to rebuild and build up our economy and help African Union and Africa itself become what it can and should be.
Well, Mr. President, we are also we are a very peaceful nation. We have, as if, I don't know if you read the letter, but we have also applied to get a permanent seat in the Security Council.
We heard about that, and Abyssinia would support that. The whole notion of the current status as a Security Council is an innately imperialist and elitist and autocratic institution. Only the winners of the Second World War being able to push their opinions on the whole world, and to us that is unacceptable. So we will publicly, in the next United Nations meetings, back your security status as a developing power. Reforms are needed in the United Nations, otherwise the whole entity will continue to be as useless and outdated as it is now.
The President is why I have applied. Oh, go on.
No, we wish to inform of this during the security meeting, but since we're here, we too wish to support Brazil in this, since we believe the old world order has failed maintaining the peace.
Indeed.
We have been shown this during the last wars, the Rwandan genocide, the Yugoslav wars, the Chechen uprising. There have been many failures, and we believe a new blood, so to speak, in the Security Council can really help us stabilize the world.
Yes,
absolutely.
I believe Brazil is not only capable of becoming a permanent member in the Security Council, but it might be my ego coming out, but I believe Brazil is one of the most peaceful nations in the world. Not only one of peaceful, but mediated the meetings between the West and Africa, which I'm very proud of doing. And I believe this not only helps me become a permanent member of the Security Council, it also shows Brazil's competence in becoming a permanent member in the Security Council.
Your predecessor Cardoza and now you, Lula, have both shown the power of what many nations used to call the developing world, but we are developing no longer. Brazil's economy is a benchmark and a model for the rest of us developing countries to follow. You have industrialized, you have modernized, and you have become a global political and economic player. Nations such as myself will be following in your footsteps. And I think it is fair to not only for nations such as yourself and others to ask, but to demand proper political representation in the international order. The old system simply cannot continue.
You are very right about that, Mr. Your Imperial Highness. Well, Your Imperial Highness, I must go back to Brazil as I have other matters to attend.
Of
I
course.
would like to say thank you very much for taking my questions out of my mouth and just
Always, President Lula, I always have time for you. Thank you for approaching me, and we will be backing you in the United Nations Council meeting. No, sorry, not Council meeting, in the General Assembly for your proposal.
Thank you very much, Your Imperial Highness. It means a lot to me and a lot to the people of Brazil, who are very peaceful people and very loving and caring people.
Of course.
Thank you very much.
We will speak soon.
Speak soon as well. Thank you.
Prime Minister Berlusconi, where were we?
I believe we have a new representative here.
Hello.
Hi, Muammar al-Adafi. I want to talk with you, Mr. Selassie.
Would you mind waiting just a moment? I was just having a conversation with the Berlusconi, and as soon as I'm done, I'm happy to go find you and speak with you.
Are you the new Libyan player?
Yes, I am the General
Colonel Gaddafi, yes.
Right. I'm kind of confused about out of roleplay. Don't worry. Sorry for that. Yes, we were just beginning our talks in
Indeed. There's a lot of diplomacy going on right now, but let's make sure we have time for each other here.
There's a lot to untangle, I'd say.
I agree. First off, I would like to formally thank your government for the package that we received and the actions that we were able to take in that regard. I will say that I know that despite our talk with Lieutenant General Mahmoud, he did meet with Mohammed Morgan. I also met with Mohammed Morgan, leader of Jubaland, and frankly, I am very worried about that situation. I asked as to his intentions after he took power in Somalia and if he had any future conquests, and he refused to give an answer. So I'm very worried that we might see an offensive from his government into Puntland or Kenya or some of the neighboring countries in the Horn of Africa, which obviously Abyssinia's military is not the best after the civil war, but we are committed to peacekeeping in this region. So I hope that Italy will be a partner in ensuring that this happens after you did control these regions at one time, and we mean no offense here, but did obviously create a lot of the instability that does exist to this day. So I hope that Italy will be committed to ensuring that we keep the peace in the Horn of Africa.
Yes, we'll send peacekeeping forces if it's necessary. We believe we are
Indeed.
partly responsible for this because we have known of Egypt's plan for a long time, but we should solve them internally. But apparently Egypt is not willing to listen to reason, because not only was this terrible, morally wrong thing to do, to start essentially a war with another country, because they may call this an intervention, a special military operation, but in the end it is just a conflict, an intervention in a civil war, with just the goal of putting your own nation in danger. We try to solve this internally. We failed. Egypt is not willing to listen. That is why they left.
We have tried to negotiate them, but it's been very difficult. Lieutenant General Mahmoud is very. I don't want to say a bad actor, but he is very difficult to negotiate with in good trust, if you understand what I'm saying.
That is why the USA, I know we may not agree on everything on the USA, but the USA has been pushing for a civil government in Ethiopia, and in Egypt. I think this may be one of the
They have instituted elections, and I am hopeful that when the elections happen in 2008, which is quite some time away, that the junta will be pushed out of power, assuming that even proper elections are done there. Abyssinia is happy to be a part of that to make sure that there is a proper transition to democracy, as we would expect the same for our own country.
The thing is, as long as Egypt stayed inside of this the alliance with Italy and other Mediterranean nations, they were kind of kept in check. Now we may not be sure, like they actually left the alliance, so we may not be sure of if they really have peaceful intentions. They may claim to intervene to establish peace, to protect an allied nation, but I do not believe them in this regard. I do not believe any more of their intentions. I do not believe they are.
I do not either. It was their nation that allowed many hostile powers through the Suez to help blockade the coastline of Abyssinia. And as such, it will take a lot for us to even consider opening up relations. They were pushing hard for a non-aggression pact with us, which we refused to sign, since we, again, still do not view them as a good actor and want to be very careful with how we interact with them. I'm glad that Italy also sees the danger in Cairo right now, and let's hope that we can work together to ensure that it is not...
We must admit we made a mistake. We made a diplomatic mistake and geopolitical. We thought we could solely turn Egypt into a democratic nation, where we have clearly failed. They have their own ambitions that are clearly more valuable than their economy, alliances, or relations with other countries.
Indeed. I also would like to make you aware, in the first conversation I had with his government, he did suggest the partitioning of Sudan and his supposed claims on the northern region of Sudan, which will be, I'm sure, become an issue very soon.
Yes, if that were to happen, the Italian fleet would intervene.
And we are militarily prepared to support Sudan in that case. The Sudanese government is not the most stable, but we do not support Egyptian claims in northern Sudan. So we will also militarily ensure that that does not happen.
Well, if your army needs been maintaining the situation, we have a surplus light weapons. We will be willing to send to Ethiopia covertly. It's not large enough to be discovered, so to say, but it's still large enough to be, I think, a difference in your armed forces, in particular since they are having to rebuild their forces after the civil war.
Absolutely, that would be greatly appreciated. On another line, I hope that you'll be committed with working with the African Union partners. It is the hopes of Abyssinia that the African Union can continue to work together and expand its power. I don't ever want to see it, obviously, like the European Union, no offense, but I think we can do a lot more to help each other out and work together in Africa to ensure cooperation. I hope that Italy will be a partner alongside Germany, who has showed themselves to be friends of African countries in a non-exploitative manner, unlike the past. So I hope that that will also continue.
We believe we have had friendly relations since the start. I mean, we may have been more separate regarding the Egyptian issue at the start, but now that Egypt has shown their true colors, we have no problem with having any friendly relations with the African Union. We'll just be glad to do fair business and maintain friendly relations as before. We just need to be directed a bit on which officers we should talk with and whose leaders we need to direct our efforts. of course, it's a bit embarrassing. We are not experts on the situation, geopolitical situation in Africa, so we may need a bit of guidance on that.
Absolutely, I understand. I mean, you have individual relationships with these countries, so there's, broadly speaking, economic, non-exploitative investments that help, broadly speaking, to ensure independence and sovereignty of governments is of our primary concern. So as long as you are facilitating that, that is exactly what we want.
So I believe those are most fair deals to, yes, trade terms. Sorry, I don't come up with the words.
Wonderful. Yeah, no.
Yes, those are fair terms in game. Yes. Then, in a bit, in a way to amend the relations due to the whole Egypt fiasco, we are willing also to invest in Ethiopia. If your country is interested,
that would be greatly appreciated. We do have a bit of a debt crisis right now. We had spiraling debt after we defaulted, and our interest rates got very out of hand. But after the expansion of the economy, it is a bit more under control. So if you would be willing to invest in us, we have obviously many regions open for investment. We have obviously the advantages you would have in Abyssinia, I think, are very clear, which is low wages and easy exports through the Suez to anywhere that you would like. So if you invest in here, it would greatly appreciate, we'd appreciate it here, obviously, and it would be a great place for you to produce low-cost goods. So we would be very appreciative.
I've sent a request. I think there's a bit of lag in the game. That's something. All right.
Yeah, we're getting a fair bit of lag right now. We got a lot of players today, that's why.
Yeah, I realized we got Croatia, Bosnia, Serbia as well.
I really do like it when we get like the 30 to 35 player games. When it goes over that, it gets a little much. But anyway, Prime Minister Berlusconi, thank you for meeting with me, and I look forward to continuing to cooperating with you. I would like to say that you are one of the nations that have stood by us since the very beginning, and we will not forget that. One day Ethiopia, much like many other African countries, will be major economic players, and we will not forget you, and we will continue to invest in and work with your nation. So thank you, Mr. Berlusconi.
We believe that trust is an important part of geopolitics, which many nations seem to forgo these days. They believe that trust is just something to be broken.
Agreed.
On a whim moment.
Agreed. The modern international order is something that we do not enjoy either. So we thank you for you being a good actor.
We are glad to be having been harmful to your people.
Absolutely.
Farewell, my friend. Farewell.
Farewell. We will speak soon. Okay, let's go speak with... Is that 52,000 days to complete a factory a glitch? Yes, it is a glitch, crazy. Yes, it is. Thinker, I just saw your meme. God damn it. All right, we got to go talk with Angola. Actually, let's do a couple things first. Hello there. Very briefly, this is Zara Selassie. Would you be willing to have yearly African Union meetings on the 1st of July?
Are we talking every year?
Yes.
Yes.
Wonderful. I just want to go talk to other African Union members about that, so we're all on board. Thank you very much, Mr. Biki.
Yep, thank you.
President Obasanjo, very briefly, I would just like to make sure that you would be willing to do yearly African Union meetings on the 1st of July.
Yes, sure, I can.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Attend such meetings.
Just gonna get all the other ones on board.
Yes.
Hello there.
Oh, hello.
Very briefly, I would like to say, are you willing to do yearly African meetings on the 1st of July? African Union meetings?
Absolutely.
Wonderful. All right, I've talked to everyone, so I would also like to talk to you on a more personal note. Jose Santos, it is a pleasure to meet you. I'm Zara Selassie. I am currently the Emperor of the newly declared Abyssinia. I am a constitutional monarch, also out of roleplay. We are a democracy, but I got fucked by game mechanics, so I can't implement elections until I get out my PP deficits, just a heads up.
Oh, okay. That's already...
Because a lot of people don't know about that, so yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, but I would like to formally talk to your government about the African situation. Angola, much like myself, has gone through a lot of civil conflict recently. As you know, Ethiopia underwent, or I apologize, Abyssinia. I still call it, like many of my citizens, that sometimes. The civil war and the famine within our country. And we have had many hostile remarks and hostile actions from foreign powers, such as India, Russia, and France, who, while we starved to death, did nothing. But as soon as we got our nation under control, condoned us internationally and pushed an embargo which would continue to rob our people of the needed food to keep them alive. As such, we will be pushing within the African Union for more domestic sovereignty within Africa and a focus more on helping out fellow Africans and stopping outside influence. I hope that this is something that Angola can understand and get behind, because I know, much like many of us, you have also been exploited heavily throughout your history.
Absolutely. I think we can agree on that. We have the same stance. But I'm also worried about the situation within Africa, especially about what's going on with the war in Congo. As you can see, Rwanda just attacked one of the Congolese states. And
That is
something we should
very
do something.
worrying. Rwanda doing that sort of aggression against a democratically elected government within the Congolese democracy is unacceptable. Will you be taking any formal action regarding this?
Sadly, we don't have the capabilities to do it right now.
Neither do we. Neither do we.
But we hope that we can interfere at a later point.
One thing I am going to be proposing in the upcoming African Union meeting is the creation of an African Defense Force. This is not a standing army or anything like that. Moreover, it is a situation similar to how the UN used to do interventions with basically peacekeeping forces from nations within the UN, but for us, obviously, it would be within the African Union, so nations would supply volunteers, and we would work together to ensure that any wars and domestic issues within the African continent are dealt with by Africans. Is this something that Angola would be interested in supporting?
Yeah, absolutely.
Wonderful.
Take care of it, not foreign powers.
Our perspective is that Africa is for Africans, and it hasn't been that way for a very long time. If we work together and are committed to this future, I think that we will finally be able to build a powerful Africa, one that the world will have to respect and work with.
I agree.
Wonderful. Wonderful.
I also think or hope that we can pursue further economic cooperation.
Absolutely. We are also going to suggest a prioritization of investment within African Union countries. Currently, as you know, Ethiopia has a spiraling debt problem, and as such, we are completely unable to make investments. But with our economy rapidly growing by the day and our political structure beginning to get back under control before long, we will be able to do so. And as soon as we can make investments, we will be prioritizing African nations such as yourself.
Sounds really good.
Wonderful.
I will be open to invest in you as soon as my economy is up and running.
And the same for me. Well, thank you for your time, Mr. Dos Santos. I look forward to seeing you at the African Union meeting and cooperating with you to ensure in Africa for Africans.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
Hello.
Mr. Morgan.
Yes. Go ahead.
You have now won your civil war for now. As you know, you are not currently a recognized state by many countries, including myself, nor are you a member of the African Union. Last time we spoke, you were unwilling to give concrete answers, and I will say formally that I will be blocking your inclusion into the African Union unless I get straight answers out of you as to the future of the Horn. I do not wish to be hostile to your government. I wish to cooperate with you. But right now, you are not cooperating with Abyssinia. And I hope that we can have a honest and open conversation here today and get on the same page. In which case, I would be happy to cooperate with your government.
I think we can have a good relationship. And I can be trustworthy.
I hope so too. But again, I will need some more concrete answers. I asked you last time if you plan on further wars of expansion in the Horn of Africa, and I would like a concrete answer on that.
No.
Good. I am very, very glad to hear that. Abyssinia will be taking a peacekeeping role in the Horn of Africa, as well as the rest of Africa, in ensuring that we do not have wars of expansion, annexation, or subjugation. As such, I hope that your country will be committed to that as well. As a member of the African Union, there is an expectance that you will be committed to such things.
Yes, absolutely.
Are you planning on opening up your country for democratic elections?
Let's see. Yeah.
When is the timeline to that, do you think?
When I have PP.
Same here.
So
Out of roleplay, same here. I understand. So, yeah. Wonderful. We are very glad to hear your commitment to democracy. In that case, I look forward to working with your government, Mr. Morgan. As with many other countries, Somalia has been plagued by internal conflict and issues. And with a strong guiding hand and a democratic government in Kismayo, I hope that working with Abyssinia, we will be able to ensure that your nation thrives, as well as the African Union members. As such, I will be willing to sponsor your membership into the African Union, assuming that I do have that promise as to democratic elections.
Thank you, thank you.
Absolutely. One other matter I'd like to propose. I will be in the upcoming African Union meeting, which will be happening a little less than a month, proposing the creation of an African Defense Force. This is not a standing army. It is similar to how the United Nations used to run peacekeeping forces, where members of the African Union during conflicts will supply volunteer troops to ensure that we can deal with any wars of expansion within Africa, so that we do not have to have outside countries doing our work for us and having foreigners fighting Africans. Is this something that your government would be willing to support?
I think that can be done if we have the equipment to do so.
Indeed. We are all developing countries, and with time we will have the resources to do so. So I hope that your government will be committed to African military sovereignty.
Yes, absolutely.
Wonderful. Mr. Morgan, I am very relieved having this conversation with you to hear that you are a very reasonable man, and I look forward to cooperating with you in the future. As soon as my economy has stabilized and I have excess capital, I would be happy to invest within your country.
Yes, same here.
Wonderful. Well, thank you for your time, and I look forward to seeing you at the next African Union meeting, which will be on the 1st of July, so very shortly. Just a heads up.
Thank you, thank you,
Thank you.
Miss-
All right, we're gonna take a minute. We're in pretty good. Things are looking pretty good here. Things are looking pretty good.
Greetings.
Colonel Gaddafi. First off, I would like to say that we will be having our next African Union meeting on the 1st of July. 1st of July. So just a heads up.
I get a bit emotional thinking that my dream of African Union is being realized more and more.
We will build it together, brother. We will build it together.
Indeed. I believe that the next stage is something even more radical. People have laughed at me for saying this.
Well, let's hear it. I would love to hear it, Colonel
We need to
Gaddafi.
unify. We need to politically begin the process of unification of the African Union, be it by doing a combined military of sorts or doing a combined economy of
Colonel
sorts.
Gaddafi, if I could say,
And I
one
believe
thing I planned on suggesting in the next African Union meeting was the creation of an African Union Defense Force. It is not a standing army, but it would be a collection of volunteers from nations working together to ensure that we take care of issues within Africa by Africans. In the future, I hope that could be expanded upon.
I am more and more disappointed that the nations of the United States and Russia and China are influencing all Africa only for their own profits.
They want
of
only
us.
exploitation. That is all foreigners have ever wanted from us, and we must ensure that that does not continue.
It's clear that capitalism and socialism do not work. Instead, we need to find a reasonable third world alternative between the two. A Jamhuriya. A state by the people, not by some rich man from 2,000
I will say this, Colonel
miles
Gaddafi,
away.
I am a constitutional monarch, and I support democracy. Although, pure capitalism is not something we plan on implementing in Abyssinia. Mengistu proved that communism and socialism doesn't work. The recent Zimbabwe government showed that capitalism barely functions. I think a strong state-led system combining a small degree of a private market and private investments combined with heavy government control and spending is the way forward. That's what we will be implementing in Abyssinia, and I hope other nations do so as well. But let me say, I am committed to democratic representation in Abyssinia and in all African countries. We will not be legitimate if we do not become democratic nations. And I hope, Colonel, I have great respect for your leadership, that in the future you will consider opening up your own country to elections. Though I will obviously never force it on a nation such as yourself.
Of course. The problem with our nation is that I am not necessarily the leader. I am merely the guide of the revolution. And the revolution is a far step away from stabilizing. You see, sadly, our nation is still a developing one. We have a huge problem with corruption. And if we can keep this between the two of us, I expect that my death, it will happen soon. Someone will betray someone else.
Colonel Gaddafi, do not say such things. I have great hope. On that note, though, we are going to have the African Union meeting, though. So, do you want to go help me grab people up there? We can continue this conversation right after if you'd like, Colonel.
Yes, of course, of course.
can I help you?
Yes, we're gonna have the African Union meeting. I'm just letting everyone know. It's clearing the voice channel. If you want to head up to the African Union channel. All right, we have most people, I think. If you want to head up to the African Union channel, we're going to do it up there. Just heads up. We are going to have an African Union meeting up in the African Union channel if you'd like to come. All right, wonderful. I think we have just about everyone here. We are only missing, I think, Panzer.
Just out of RP quickly. Japan's dropped off because he was lagging, obviously, so he's been cleared. Japan's a major, so do we need to try and get someone out on there?
And during, like, for which country?
Japan, because Japan's a major.
We'll do it during the rehoust.
Yeah, no worries. If you want to drop an announcement out to try and see if anyone wants to take over Japan, because he's just the dude that was playing.
Someone will switch over. It's Japan. Someone always switches over to Japan. We'll be fine.
No worries, no worries.
All right, wonderful. All right, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the second recent African Union meeting. This is a shared commitment, a shared agreement, and a shared responsibility to the future of the African continent. Whenever we have been disunited, which is almost our entire history, only one thing has occurred: exploitation. It is the commitment of Abyssinia to ensure that this does not happen ever again. And I know that many of you here agree with those principles. To start off with, I would like to formally say that Abyssinia is now recognizing the government in Egypt after they have stated their commitment towards democratic elections. And we hope that they will follow through on that.
Yes, not only that, we are already having democratic elections. The first election was a bit hard. We had to do a coalition in our current government. I don't know what will happen in the next elections, but as basically most of the parties of Egypt is in the Egyptian Congress, we don't really care who wins. Meanwhile, it's someone of the Congress and not any planet.
Indeed.
For the Millennium.
There is another member who is supposed to be here today. We'll see if he gets here. But there is a new government in Somalia, which has won the civil war there. It is currently headed up by Yama Islam, who is committed to implementing democratic elections and ensuring a peaceful, stabilizing government in Somalia, which I see is now here. Welcome,
yes,
President Islam.
New Somalia.
Hello.
I would like to formally endorse Somalia and propose African Union membership for their government, assuming, of course, that they continue to implement their democratic elections. I would like to sponsor them for AU membership.
The Egyptian Congress, Egypt basically supports Somalia into entering the African Union.
Wonderful. In that case, I would propose a roll call vote. Is anyone opposed? Very well. Egypt? Angola?
Sure.
Botswana?
Yes.
Morocco?
Yes.
Nigeria?
We agree as long as they do not attack any other the African Union members.
South Africa?
No.
Oh. And then lastly, Libya.
In favor.
I believe that's 6-1, so it will pass. Somalia will be given membership into the African Union.
If I may address one point. I have been told that the Republic, the Kingdom of Spain, has been sending units into the Congo and is now taking care of the regime in Rwanda. How shall we respond to this? This is another act of foreign intervention.
They are fighting Rwanda, which is the aggressor, but having foreign interference is something that is absolutely unacceptable. On that point, I would like to hold on. I would like to formally propose the creation of an African peacekeeping force. This will be a entity administered jointly by all of our nations within the African Union, which will allow for peacekeeping forces from numerous African Union countries to be used in order to stop all wars of expansion within the African continent. This will ensure our political and military independence by ensuring that we deal with our own problems ourselves. So there will be no more need for such interference, such as by Spain interfering with this war against Rwanda.
Egypt is in favor. And by the way, out of roleplay, in reality, Rwanda is the defender because Congo sent literally a terrorist group before the war happened in real life. Congo sent a terrorist group to Rwanda. So yeah.
Yeah, it's not a scripted war though, so they fought it. But anyway, yes.
The main issue right now is we see the Congo fractured, not in its ethnic groups, but in 3 different political entities. This is unacceptable. This means, and the only division, it will lead to more conflict. If we don't act now,
it is
I can
a
expect
powder keg,
conflict.
but I know
in
that
the next
Abyssinia
years.
does not have the ability to intervene. Do you? Does Botswana have the ability?
Nigeria
no,
does.
Botswana definitely does not have the ability to intervene.
In that case, I would formally call on a roll call vote for the creation of the African peacekeeping forces. Is anyone opposed? Very well, we would do a roll call vote. Egypt.
Yes, we would like
Angola?
to make the intervention force.
Yes.
Botswana.
Abstain.
Somalia.
Yes.
Morocco.
Yes.
Nigeria.
Yes.
South Africa.
Yes.
Libya.
Yes.
The motion passes almost unanimously with only one abstention. We will create the African peacekeeping force, which will allow us to ensure that we deal with our own problems by ourselves. What nations are currently able to intervene in the war to stop the Rwandan aggression?
Egypt can.
Once I've established the because I actually have a thing to establish the African.
What the fuck is this
peacekeepers.
Poland doing? What? No.
No, he can't do that. Come on.
What the fuck? It was
Dog.
Sweden attacked
No.
Latvia.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
Who's
No.
the Hold on. Who's the Poland player?
Who is the?
I don't know.
What
If
the
he goes,
fuck?
I don't know if he's gonna go through with that though. He might just be messing with you.
Hold on. The Poland player is, I
Poland
believe.
is
Yeah, he was just messing with us, I think. He's like probably.
It needs to be white
Also-
peace.
There we go.
Okay.
I was getting my banhammer ready. Oh well.
Wait a moment. How the what happened? How the fuck this
I would
happened?
like to talk on the African peacekeepers since I actually have the focus to form African peacekeepers.
Very well. I would suggest then that Nigeria pursue that in their focuses, and that Nigeria and perhaps Egypt, which I know can intervene, provide forces in the central democracy to ensure that Rwanda's government is stopped from these aggressive actions. I would also like to hold on. I would like to formally hold on. I would like to formally lead a delegation with any other members who wish to go to Madrid, where we can talk to the Spanish about pulling out their volunteers, as we will be committed to African sovereignty.
Can we do this after the talks though?
Sorry.
What?
Are we doing this now or after the talks?
As when the meeting's done, yes.
All right. I would like to address one more point.
Of course.
We are already beginning the slow unification of political processes in the terms of peacekeeping forces. But one thing, the leading cause of wars is poverty and lack of choices. As such, I would like to propose a referendum. It would be a very costly one, but I would wish that every state takes 50 billion out of their treasury and invests it into foreign nations of the African Union. The idea is that although, of course, this will be hard on our economies, and I already have a sort of looming debt crisis, but that once this is done, once the investments have been finished, that Africa will start to flourish just as rich as the rest of the modernized world.
Colonel Gaddafi, I commend your suggestion here, but Egypt, please, man. I commend your actions, but Abyssinia currently has a depression and a massive interest rate debt crisis. We would love to do it in the future, but for now, our economy would not allow that to happen.
Yeah, our economy is quite bad. We are still asking
Nigeria,
for investments. Yeah.
Nigeria,
debt crisis as well.
Nigeria has a severe debt crisis, and we also have a terrorist problem, so we are unable to even remotely
I would
think
suggest
of.
that we bring this up again in a year. Hopefully, our economies will be in better situations. I love the proposal that Colonel Gaddafi has made. It is a commitment economically to Africa's future, and I am all for it. But we must get past our own economic crises, after which we would love to support such actions. Perhaps we can table this and propose it again in a year's time. Is that reasonable, Colonel?
Although this is saddening, of course, this nation's economy is more important than the joint economies. Of course, if one economy collapses as the result of this policy, then it has in fact inverted its effect.
Indeed.
Of course, we can wait a year.
I have something to say. I have already have relations with Spain, so I could go help with that. Diplomatic mission to Spain.
In that case, Morocco, would you like to go to Madrid? And Abyssinia would like to go as well. Any other nations would you like to go with us to Madrid to discuss the pulling out of Spanish troops and the independence of African sovereignty?
Yes.
Wonderful, let's do that. Nigeria and Egypt, are you able to get volunteers down there?
I can send volunteers. Which nation do you want me to send volunteers?
To the rally of Congolese democracy, we must ensure that the aggressors in Rwanda are dealt with. And make sure to remember, out of roleplay, that we do have the new volunteer rules, which are 15 wits max, and they have to be special forces max 15 wits. Just heads up.
But the rally for Congolese is being supported by Spain.
Exactly. We're gonna go talk with them about pulling out their troops, and we're gonna use African Union troops. Anyway, is there any other proposals before the end of the African Union meeting?
What South Africa wants to know what guarantees the Egyptians that they are going towards democracy.
As they will have an election in 2008. If that does not happen, obviously actions will be taken.
Okay, we won't recognize Egypt until those actions are taken.
Very well. Is there any other proposals or discussions on the floor of the African Union before we end?
Yes, I have one.
Very well, Nigeria.
I would like to propose that everyone in Africa jointly we would like to see a counter-Africa form, not only a peacekeeping force, but a counter-terrorism initiative. This would be simply that everyone, not only with the peacekeepers, but also the peacekeepers should have an added role if, let's say, terrorism actually, rises up, like Salafist or otherwise terrorists rise up in an African member nation, that they can call upon peacekeepers to help their nation recover, or their nation not fall to radicals.
Yes, I agree, because especially in North Africa, there's a lot of terrorism.
We're dealing with a lot of terrorism in the northern provinces as well, so we would agree to these terms. Anyone up? Let's do a roll call vote in that case, which is the creation of an anti-terror force within the African Union. Roll call vote. Egypt.
Abstain.
Angola.
Yes.
Botswana.
Yes.
Morocco.
Yes.
Nigeria.
Yes.
South Africa.
Yes.
Libya.
Abstain.
Abyssinia votes yes. 2 abstentions and I believe 6 yeses. That will pass. African Union will create a anti-terrorism task force. Are there any other proposals at this time? In that case, we will bring the end of the second African Union meeting. We will meet again the 1st of July of next year. At this point, I will be heading to Madrid to speak with the Spanish government, Egypt, and Nigeria. As soon as you can, please get volunteers to deal with the Rwandans. Thank you, everyone, for your time.
So we send volunteers to rally for Congolese democracy.
Australia.
Hello there.
Hello.
Hello.
President Asnar, we need to speak with you urgently. This is the representatives of the African Union.
Amazing. Speak. You can speak.
Is he here?
Austria, can we go on and speak?
No.
Okay then. Did you decline, cancel?
Hold on, is Spain here?
Yeah.
All right, we are representatives from the African Union. We are formally requesting that you pull your volunteers out of the Central Congolese Democracy. Nigeria and Egypt are sending volunteers, and we will be dealing with the Rwandan aggressors. The African Union is committed to non-exploitation and non-interference of foreign powers, and we would formally request that Spain move its troops out and not, in the future, put any troops without the African Union's permission into the African continent.
And why? Why should I remove that?
Because the African Union is jointly working together to ensure the independence of Africa. Oftentimes, nations such as yourself put peacekeeping troops in. It is merely an attempt to gain influence over the local country. We will be committed to ensuring that there will be no aggressive expansion, subjugation, or any other such actions within Africa. But the African Union will be the one to deal with it. If you would like to help, you can approach the African Union and work alongside us. However, we will be prioritizing our own troops as volunteers.
If I'm not mistaken, it was the Congo who accepted volunteers, not you.
Out of roleplay, we both done that's because they're an AI, man.
I mean, AI is the same ideology, so he accepted.
Well,
regardless, the African Union is formally requesting you pull out troops. Will you accept it now?
Okay. In 1 month, I will.
Well, why 1 month and why not right now?
Because I cannot click on that right now. Because I do not have enough political power to recall intervention.
Very well. We thank you for agreeing to these terms and respecting the African Union's choices to its sovereignty of the African continent for Africa, for Africans. Thank you for your time, President Esner.
Thank you for your time. Have a nice day.
Colonel Gaddafi, I believe we were in the middle of a talk before the African Union meeting, if you'd like to continue that.
I'm glad that you have remembered.
Of course.
The main issue that I see here is that no matter how hard we try, we are always reliant on the Western nations. You see, I can be wrong sometimes as well. In the past, I was a staunch Arab nationalist. I have since learned my mistakes. I realized that why should I be proud for a single ethnic group when I can be proud for an entire continent? When I can be proud for people who stand to self-determination more than anyone else? And this is when I came with the idea of the African Union, my friend. What I see critical is the rapid radicalization in the Jabharia of Libya, and it's something that I simply, out of the capabilities of me, that is something that the parliament has to solve, but the parliament is more corrupt than anything, you see. This is why I need to make as many reforms as possible, because it's likely that I predict in the next 10-20 years the glorious nation of Libya, as rich as it is, will be a war-torn state, either by the West or because of the West.
I hope that's not the case. I hope what we are building in the African Union will ensure the independence and sovereignty of African countries. And obviously an attack on Libya will be an attack on the African continent as a whole. So let us hope that we can ensure that that does not happen. However, there is no denying that the Westerners are very aggressive and imperialistic and are willing to take extreme action at times. So that is not unreasonable to suggest. But let us hope that we can work together to ensure that doesn't happen.
Indeed. Let us hope.
Indeed. Is there anything else you wish to discuss, Colonel?
No, I thank you a lot for taking your time and coming back to the meeting.
Of course. I look forward to working with your government in the future.
Of course.
All right, we're gonna go not do meetings for a minute. We've been doing a lot of those for an hour now. Why is there a second Congo Democratic Republic, and why do I have 100% influence? I have no idea how you have 100% influence. On which one? Yeah, I'm not sure, man. The Congolese Civil War is a scripted event that happened historically, so that's what's happening there. Alright, looks like Spain's gonna try and push them, but they will fail. So, alright, we're in really bad shape. Just for folks who don't know why our political power is so fucked right now, the dynamics they've added for basically bankruptcy mechanics, debt to GDP ratio, and political power gain and loss absolutely fucked us last game. So we're basically stuck in a political power deficit and we can't get out of it. We will be able to get out of it eventually. It's just going to take quite a while because the fact that our political power party lost power reduce our stability. Our stability means that we have less popularity in our ruling party. We don't get elections because we can't open up elections because we need political power, and we're in a depression which continues to reduce the support for our government. So it's just a bunch of game mechanics that are basically absolutely fucking us. We'll be able to get out of it. It'll just take a long time.
I'm sorry of interrupting you.
What can I do for you?
I would just like to let you know that the nation of Egypt has been sending a military attaché to the fascist patriotic
Rwandans. Would you like to go speak with him together?
Yes.
Very well.
Hello?
Lieutenant General. We would like to ask why it is that you have an attaché with the Rwandan government.
Oh yeah, out of roleplay, that was an accident because I thought that we were gonna support Rwanda, and now I can't. I don't know.
I understand, but in roleplay still, it seems that there was some sort of mistake with your government, but we'd like you to pull out that attaché immediately.
Very well. We will recalculate.
Good. Thank you very much. Obviously, we do not support warmongers in the African Union, and I hope that you'll be committed to that as well.
Indeed.
Wonderful. Well, thank you for being reasonable, Lieutenant General Mahmoud. We will speak again soon. It has been dealt with out of roleplay. I think he did it by accident, so it's been dealt with. He put it out. All right, wonderful. But anyway, yeah, we're kind of really stuck by game mechanics. Some of the stuff, like the government political, like the government party, like popularity change stuff, it really needs to get a rework in this mod. I love what they do with it, but if you're not playing a nation that's really like bug fixed, you have problems with it. This isn't the first time I've had these sorts of issues before. And I understand like a desire to show that like a government racked by like political instability would be able to get very little done, but I don't think it really makes sense that for like basically 2 years we can do nothing in our government. Hello there, who is this?
Hello, I am the Prime Minister of Switzerland. I came here representing the nations of the Alps in our recent alliance, the Swiss Protection League.
Welcome to Addis Ababa. Take a seat.
Thank you. Oh, the chair is pretty comfortable, actually. Is it made here?
It is not. It is imported from China. As you know, most of our governmental buildings were destroyed during the Civil War, so we had to import some from the Chinese. Yes.
Your Highness, I come here because, as you know, Switzerland is trying to leave its path of neutrality behind, and I'll be honest, in the beginning, after the Civil War, I was a bit apprehensive at the rise of monarchy, but I can see that you are a peaceful man, that you are bringing the power back to the people.
I would also like to clarify that I am a constitutional monarch. Out of roleplay, I got fucked by game mechanics, so I can't institute elections till I get out of my huge political power deficit.
Out of roleplay, I know you are going constitutional monarchy, so I am very happy to hear that you are giving power back to the people.
Indeed.
And because of that, Switzerland no longer sees your great kingdom as a potential threat to world peace, but as a friend and as a protector of world peace.
Wonderful.
I know your economy is struggling a bit.
It is quite dire. I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, I know that you are still recovering from the harsh civil war. So I was interested in knowing that I wanted to cement good relations between our countries, and I was interested in knowing if you were interested in an investment from Switzerland and maybe Austria too.
We would be greatly appreciative of foreign investments. As you know, we are having a bit of a crisis with our debt, and if we could raise the GDP to debt ratio, we will be able to renegotiate those loans with our investors, which are jacking up the interest rates again. So any investments you would be willing to do would be greatly appreciative and not forgotten by Abyssinia.
I still remember the recent famine that hit your country, and it was devastating.
It was an absolute tragedy, and we received almost no international help, but much condemnation as soon as it was over. So it was a very strange circumstance.
Yeah, I understand. I know that the political landscape that we are now experiencing in the world is a bit weird. the recent change in French foreign policy, the change
Very,
in
very intense
Italian
change,
foreign
yes.
policy, the recent Swedish attack in the free country of Latvia. So I understand that the world is a bit weird right now.
It appears that the old
but-
international order is slowly dying, and I hope that
Yeah,
commitments
I completely
with nations that prioritize other things will work together to ensure that that is not the
I
case.
completely agree. That's why Sweden left its old cage of isolation and is trying to reconnect with the world around it.
Absolutely.
What type of investment would you be interested on?
So,
Your Highness?
civilians or office complexes if you're able to build them, the civilians if you cannot.
I think I might be able. I just need a bit to speak with my financial advisors. We just need to save a bit of money in the treasury.
Of course,
you
of course.
understand.
I understand.
But my Austrian friend is doing great in terms of economy. His treasury is filled to the brim. So I'll go speak with him and I'll see if he's interested in investing in your great kingdom to see it rise and reach its full potential.
We are very thankful to the Swiss government and the Swiss Protection League for being able to work with our nation when many others simply condone us as an autocracy, which we are not. We are glad that you understand the situation for what it is, and we are looking forward to cooperation with your government and your alliance in the future.
Thank you, Your Highness. I will speak with
Thank
my friend in Austria, and you should receive the papers for the investment soon enough.
Thank you for your time. Have a safe
Thank
flight
you
back.
very much for receiving.
Yes. This
Hello
is just an urgent message from Angola. You can see that Botswana has established military bases in Rwanda.
You have. That is very disturbing. Would you like to go with me to Gabrona to talk with President Moke?
Yes, absolutely.
Wonderful.
Let's do that. He's in Diplo 1.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. President Moge, this is Zara Selassie and the leader of Angola. We are here to ascertain why you have military bases in the aggressive nation of Rwanda.
Out of roleplay, I think I did that by accident.
Wonderful. Go ahead and get rid of that if you don't mind.
Second accident of today night.
Yeah, there's been a couple of those recently, all pertaining to Rwanda. It's very odd.
Yeah, pretty suspicious.
Yeah, interesting. Well, I'm glad that that was simply a diplomatic mix-up and that it was not a serious commitment. So, we thank you for being reasonable about this, President Moge.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. What fucked up your economy? We had mass famine, a giant civil war, and mass embargo by the world's countries. It was pretty brutal. Yeah. It was very brutal. Not easy. All right, wonderful. We are going to get office complexes built in Oromia, which, we have the room there, 8, 9, 12. Yeah, we'll be able to build them there. Okay. If we can get, once we get rid of our political power deficit, which will take a while, but we will be able to get rid of it eventually. We need to get up to stable growth. God, it's just going to take so much to get here. And then we need to raise our tax rate, and then we'll be stable. It'll take a while. It'll take a cool minute. Can you get rid of the resistance in Eritrea? Yes, our focus tree allows us to do that, but it'll be a minute. How's it going, Clow? What is up? All right, what else do we really need to do right now? Securing more investment internationally would be very useful, but we do want to be behind our commitment towards African investment and not exploitative development, so I don't think it would make a lot of sense for us to go, for example, ask the Chinese for a bunch of investment. But the Germans we should probably want to go talk to.
To be honest.
Yeah. Don't worry about it.
Hello there.
Oh, hey.
Oh, hello.
Oh.
This is Emperor Zara Selassie. Does the German ministry have a time to speak?
Yes, of course. Can my chancellor come with you, if you don't mind?
Yes, I think this would not be a...
Would you like me to go into a different channel, or?
We can stay here if we are not... Oh, go to Berlin.
Yeah, let's go to Berlin.
Greetings there, Schroeder, and Vice Chancellor Fischer, I believe.
Yes, yes.
We would like to yet again thank you for your support to Ethiopia humanitarily and economically. I would like to make you aware, as very good allies of the Abyssinian government, that the African Union is in the processing of centralizing itself as a political entity, following, I guess, somewhat in the footsteps of the European Union, but taking on a very different form. We have instituted a African peacekeeping force, which will be made up of volunteer forces from the African Union members to ensure that wars of expansion and civil conflicts are dealt with by African members. We hope that Germany, as a friend of both Abyssinia and the African Union, will diplomatically support and sponsor African issues solved by Africans and the non-inclusion of foreign powers exerting military or political influence on any African country.
I see, Herr Selassie. I think I talk to not only me and the whole German nation, but for my Vice Chancellor too, that we support this independent actions of the African nations. And I think we would be very glad to invest in these plans.
Wonderful. We were counting on your support in this regard. It is, of course, the sad reality that many African nations are not respected as global powers due to the fact that our economies have been very poor due to the exploitation we received in the past. But we are committed to changing that perspective and that reality. And we hope in cooperation with Berlin, we will make that happen. So we are very glad to hear that you will support this.
Of course, Mr. Selassie. I have one more question regarding the German fleet stationed in your country right now. Is that still needed? Or,
at this time, we do feel that it is no longer needed. We are greatly appreciative for you backing us up during that diplomatic crisis. But as you know, all blockading fleets have returned home, and it is no longer an issue. I believe that many of the nations realized that they were blockading us for absolutely no reason. And many of the nations that proposed both the embargoes and more concrete action against Abyssinia have realized that they have no ground to stand upon. So we thank you for doing it, and it is no longer needed.
All right, I give the order to the fleet right now to return home to Germany then.
Very well. And we thank you yet again.
No problem. We are always glad to help a developing nation in Africa.
Absolutely.
Mr. Selassie.
If there's nothing else to discuss, I will take my leave. I just simply wish to make you aware, and I hope that you will continue your commitment to investments and cooperation with African Union members.
We will. You can count on the German government, just as you could in the last years.
I know that to be true. Thank you for your time, Chancellor, and we will speak soon.
Thank you. Have a great flight back.
All right, wonderful. The Germans will back us up. It's important doing something like this that we have like respected powers actually support what we're doing. So that's what we're going to try and ensure here. All right, so we'll have the next African Union meeting on the 1st of July, and then the UN meeting will be in September. So that's coming up very quickly.
Hi, sorry, it's Switzerland again. Our roleplay, are you hosting the game?
I am not. The current host is Tristan.
Who's Tristan?
You'll see his name in one of the VCs.
Okay,
He's currently in Ankara.
My game is bugged out.
Yeah, we will do a rehost probably in around. What kind of bug are you getting?
Yeah. Like, I went in the orbit thing. I was just looking around because I was waiting for the focus to
Yeah, are you in the space menu? Keep pressing the escape button. It'll go away eventually. Just keep pressing it.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
I will try that.
Yeah, I know. It's brutal. Also, please don't hang out in the space menu as it does lag the whole game. So just heads up.
Sorry, I cut you out.
Yeah, so just a heads up, please don't stay in the space menu. It lags the whole game. So anytime anyone's in the space menu, the whole server lags. So just heads up.
No, okay.
Yeah, you won. Alrighty, now we just need to get out of our political power deficit. We did get back into a recession. We had a bit of an economic cycle change, so we're no longer in a depression, thankfully. But we are still in very bad shape here, to be quite frank. We have almost $500 billion in debt, though the interest rate is not absurd. It is intense. Once we get out of our deficit of political power, we'll be able to get into stable growth, at which time I think we will be able to run a surplus. So let's hope that continues. You'll understand why This isn't going up more. We have a modifier that gives plus 0.1 nationalism, and it's still not going up. Part of it's the influence other countries have on us, which we can't get rid of because we need political power for that, like Germany, for example, or China. So it's very unfortunate. Not much we can do about it, though. We'll be able to get up some more political power in a little bit here, but it'll take a while. As soon as we get the Chinese investments, I'm going to not do any focuses so that we can get political power. When you don't take any focuses, you get +1 political power every day, and it's the only way we can run a surplus right now. It is absolutely brutal, so we'll have to keep doing that. What is this? Is that a new channel? Is what a new channel? Clue? You say something like an MD, you can only ask countries with no resistance is to puppet, and then annex with low resistance. Yeah, so if you diplomatically annex a puppet, you core it in Millennium Dawn. If you occupy it, you will never core it. So if you want to be able to core territories in Millennium Dawn, you need to puppet them and then diplomatically annex them. That's the only way you get cores in this mod, just heads up. What's up, boy? How's it going? All right, what else do we need here? We'll keep our corruption for now. It's the only reason that we're still running a political power surplus. I really wish we could do something to increase our stability right now, but we don't have a lot of options. It's unfortunate. Stay the course. Once we get more factories, we'll be able to compensate for that. Our economy is growing very rapidly due to foreign investment, but we're going to need more of it. We're getting all that German investment. We're getting a little bit of Italian investment, though it's bugged, it looks like. We'll get those office sectors in 61 days. Wow, that is so quick. But you got rid of resistance with 1 focus for Ethiopia. Not 1 focus. You do a couple. You have the side focus over here called the War is Over, and it allows you to go down to counterinsurgency operations, so you can go down this. It requires you to have an agency, and it requires you to have one of the upgrades, though. When you talked to Germany and said you will go to another channel, so as RP, I am calling that as a channel. Yeah, so our Discord server has like a ton of channels we use for like roleplay that you move around in. It's kind of like the capitals, like the international organizations, like the UN has a channel, etc. So yeah, you move between channels like do diplomacy in the roleplay. I'm a puppet of no one. Great game. Yeah, you're not a puppet, Kala. Hopefully keep that up. Yeah, well, Resistance is a pretty good DLC, I gotta say. Alright, we're just gonna sit tight for a minute. We've been doing a lot of diplomacy. I just kind of want to wait for a moment. Focus on making sure that we hopefully get out of our current circumstance, which is very bad. Really wish there was another focus that gives us political power. Glitch game cannot declare wars. We'll do a rehost in like an hour, so then you'll be able to fix it then. You'll be fine. Alright, 8 days. Oh, someone is lagging 1,000 hours behind. They need to get kicked. Tristan should know the drill. If not, I'll go talk to him. If you get 1,000 hours behind, you get your ass kicked. It's that simple. That means your internet is just fucking atrocious. He's gonna wait for him. Alright. I'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna go grab my coffee. I made something, I forgot about that. And I could definitely use some coffee, so I'll be right back. What's the next focus on the nationalist tree? I'll show you. Wonderful. Chinese investments. We are not going to do any more focuses until we get out of our political power deficit. We're actually running a very big surplus now, so we need to keep that up. Restore the throne, so we'll be able to put Solomon on the throne, which we already have done, but it'll be formal. We'll formally enthrone him. And yeah. Then we'll go into inviting him back, but we already did that. We kind of went past this because we did the Civil War earlier. Is that Provost Investments from Switzerland? Good to see that they are honoring their word. That is fantastic. So by the way, when you guys were playing Fortnite, I was playing Zimbabwe. I did the Rhodesian Front, and good news, it's just the name of the Conservative Party, and the government is not run by the whites. Oh god, with Mugabe. Yeah, I think you showed me a bit of that. Millennium Dawn roleplay would be funny if some nations could get annexed by Button. Like how so, Clue? Lazy devs. Oh my god. How dare the unpaid devs of this mod not do more work? Unacceptable. I demand that the devs who receive no monetary compensation for their work harder. Bro. HIV is a huge issue within Africa, but especially in the South Central region, that's for sure. Also, thank you for the poll, Anthony. I don't think I ever said that if you're still here, man. Thank you for that. You can shit talk to them because I'm a dev. Do you work on the Millennium Dawn project? Do you work on the Millennium Dawn project? No, I love you for working on the Hammurabi mod, but, I mean, dog. Fuck. All right, we're getting really close now. We'll be able to implement elections not too long. We got 4 months until the African Union meeting. Who do we want to talk to? I think a talk with the Israelis would probably be a good idea. Just over the Egyptian issue. Nah, he's busy. Does France still have that colony? No, they didn't. Okay, good.
Okay.
And I will send you 4 in Pretoria.
If you can do 1 in Pretoria and then 2 in Cape Town, or 1 in Pretoria and then 3 in Cape Town.
Okay.
Does Ministry Civet have a moment to speak with the Abyssinian delegates?
Are you asking for the Turkish?
Correct.
Yes.
Wonderful. Would you like to go to a separate channel?
We'll be
yeah.
down.
Perfect.
Where should we fly off to?
You can meet me in the African Union channel right below.
Sorry.
Hello there. President Nesevit. It's good to speak with you formally.
As it is to speak with you, Mr. Leader of Abyssinia.
I would like to have a formal talk after the very aggressive and, I think, misinformed diplomacy we've been having in the past.
Agreed. I think that there has been quite a miscommunication in the past.
Indeed. There are many people in Abyssinia who did not wish for me to come have this meeting with you, but I think that it is best that we try and discuss the situation that happened wherein you blockaded my country, which could frankly have been an act of war, but obviously we did not wish to engage with your military. You are aware that our government is a constitutional monarchy and we plan on implementing elections as soon as we can. I know a lot of nations seem to have this idea that democratic elections happen instantaneously overnight, but as we know, democratic elections, true democratic elections, don't do that.
Agreed.
Our government is committed to democratic dealings, as I'm sure you have heard from our dealings with other African Union members, and as soon as we are able and have the political power, which we expect to be within the year, we will be implementing elections here in Abyssinia.
Well, as long as Abyssinia agrees to Turkish oversight to oversee these claims.
Absolutely not. That is completely unacceptable and a very unreasonable demand. No, of course we're not going to allow a foreign country to oversee elections here. UN delegates, we would be happy to have them here to oversee the elections, but individual countries, of course not.
Then okay, then we could compromise on the UN. We would be willing.
We're happy to have people oversee our elections, but we're not going to have individual countries do it. We will have international recognized bodies do it, such as the United Nations.
Of course. And what nation would represent the United Nations in this oversight?
Probably one of the members of the Security Council, most likely.
As long as it's not the German Republic, then you have a deal.
I don't believe that they are on the Security Council, but absolutely.
Oh, they aren't. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Now, let me ask you, Mr. Yusufit, what was the democratic elections issue your primary concern with the blockading of our coastline?
Japan leave it.
Sorry?
Japan leave it.
Yeah, he left. We're gonna get a new one when we do the rehost. It's no worries, Egypt. We're fine.
Okay, okay.
Yeah. We are in the middle of talks. Okay,
So,
wonderful.
Are you asking why we blockaded trade to Ethiopia?
Correct. You blockaded a sovereign country with your navy outside of your sphere of influence. That to us is very concerning. So we just wish to know if it was due to your misinformation as to our elections and our constitutional nature, or if it was for another reason.
That was mostly the reason. We were under the impression that Ethiopia had a militaristic uprising, a coup.
Are you aware now of the circumstances for how I was brought into power?
Just out of RP for a sec. Are we having a UN meeting in September?
Yes.
Cool.
We'll do a rehost then too while it's going on.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I just wanted to make sure. I have now stopped streaming, so when I catch up, it should be fine.
Sounds good, man.
Sorry about that, guys.
No problem.
No worries, man. It happens.
Right, I will speak to you all later.
Sounds
I
good.
need to find Pyongyang. Where is it? There it is.
And there were also claims that Ethiopia was conducting anti-terror operations within the core state of Ethiopia, Eritrea.
The northern provinces, yes. Where does the information come from?
Egypt. And we had,
of course.
We had then blockaded your ports in the north.
Indeed.
So
I would like to formally say, just for the record, so you know, that I was brought to power by the mass protests that happened in Addis Ababa, which was shown to the whole world. Many nations, such as yourself, India, Russia, France, condemned these actions without really, I think, any knowledge of the situation. They had a knee-jerk reaction, as nations like that tend to. But the facts of the matter was, there was a mass protest and uprising against the Zimbabwe government that perpetrated a mass famine in my country, after which I was asked to take power. I am not a political man. I am not a leader. My family has not been in power for a long period of time. I did not ask for this job. I was asked by the people of Abyssinia, and I agreed, because I am a servant of the people and I am committed to a future for my country that is not one of utter destruction. When we have the elections, I honestly hope I do not get elected in. I don't frankly want to be in charge of this country. I'd be happy to stay on if the people will it, but this is a stressful job. You know that very well. And it is frankly not how I want to live my whole life. So I hope that you understand now that that is the circumstances of how this happened. And I hope that you will also let other countries know that these assumptions as to how we have moved to this position are mostly entirely wrong.
Understood, and we would be willing to issue a formal apology and statement regarding our reasons for why we did that.
That would be greatly appreciated. We know that many nations didn't understand the issues, which is partly on them, but it is understandable that they made these actions without proper knowledge. So,
of course,
yeah.
and in regards to our naval blockade, we are willing to repay you for any lost profits that you maybe have.
I'll be honest with you, we haven't had a lot of trade. As you know, the Abyssinia economy was absolutely destroyed after the civil war and famine. The main issue that was you did stop those humanitarian aid shipments of food, so people did starve due to that blockade. You weren't stopping trade, you were stopping humanitarian shipments of food into my country. Like, it's the only thing that blockade achieved from any of those countries. We didn't have enough food to hand out to the people, so some did starve in certain areas of Abyssinia due to that, which, I mean, I don't feel as though compensation is necessary, but, you know, that is the reality.
But the main reason for that blockade was to search German shipments for weapons, as they had hinted that they were supporting military.
Indeed, and to clarify, we received no military shipments from Germany. All we ever received from them was food shipments, humanitarian aid, which is all we received from anyone.
Well, we would be willing to repay you for any...
We don't need to feel the need for a recompense. We just hope that we can have a new era of relations between Ankara and Addis Ababa, and that you make it clear to the rest of the world the reality of this matter. Because as we know, the sad reality is many African countries are not listened to, respected, or given any credence. And so if nations such as yourself, which are recognized broadly by the international community, can communicate the reality here in Ethiopia, that would be all the recompense we would ask for.
Of course. And what exactly would your reality be?
The reality is that we are a nation destroyed by the corrupt government of Zenawi, plagued with a mass famine that the world failed to respond to or help with, and a civil war perpetrated by rebel groups and terror groups within our country that formed a united coalition against this government. After which, we have managed to take control and are very close to implementing elections and rebuilding our country. That is the only reality here. I suspect within a couple months, I will be able to enact proper elections. Many people have suggested that I should have immediately done them, but I've made that position clear. I was not willing to put in place democratic elections, which I know would be easily corrupted. Again, I am a servant of the people of Abyssinia, and I will always do things in their best interest. And I could not in good faith implement these immediate elections that so many countries were demanding, which would have been completely non-democratic, to be frank.
Well, now that you have approached us and actually cleared the waters, we are more than willing to cooperate with you.
Wonderful. We hope to cooperate with you as well. One topic I would like to very briefly bring up is the Egypt situation. We are cooperating with Lieutenant General Mahmoud, but there's been a lot of very troubling things from his government, to be quite frank. He did briefly support the aggressive actions of Rwanda in the Congo, after which we had to have a talk with him. In addition to that, he has claimed to be doing elections, but he set them 4 years from now, and that is worrying to many African Union members. So I would just ask that you work with us and the African Union to make sure that, one, democratic elections happen there, and two, that he does not negotiate in bad faith and take dangerous actions.
You have our word that we would work with you in cooperation against Egypt. We don't even recognize their government as the rightful government. We really only cooperated with Egypt for the sole purpose of moving our ships through the Suez Canal and having the ports to resupply.
Abyssinia has formally recognized the Cairo administration for two reasons. One, we hope that will encourage them to actually implement democratic elections, since if there is no recognition for the government, it increases, we suspect, the chances of the Lieutenant General there seizing power. And two, in order to stop Egypt from letting ships in to blockade our economy, as again, people were starving to death, and I would rather recognize a foreign government than have my people starve. So
that's reasonable.
Indeed.
And we apologize for being so aggressive in your time of need.
Again, it's understandable. There was a lot of false information going around and a lot of assumptions being made by country. We hope that we'll be able to clear the air and that the nations of the world will recognize the situation in Abyssinia. Again, I can't say it many times. It really did shock us, the lack of a reaction from the world when our nation collectively starved to death. And the only nations that supported us was the Germans and a little bit from the Italians and the Chinese.
Not true. Not true. We supported you.
You did give a little bit, as did the Australians, but it was very minor. Most of those grain shipments came from those countries. But my point here is not to individually point fingers. The fact of the matter was the majority of the major nations of the world just looked at what was happening and ignored it. But as soon as the civil conflict happened, they were condoning and embargoing us. And frankly, Abyssinia does not trust in the international institutions and order anymore, which is why we are attempting to build a more concrete African Union, of which I hope that Turkey will cooperate with.
Of course.
Wonderful.
We'd love to see an economic bloc within Africa.
It is already underway, and as soon as the economies of many of the African countries are back on track, we will be implementing broad investment campaigns within Africa, and we hope to collectively build ourselves up to be respected and powerful members of the international order.
Well, we look forward to your attempt at asserting that power. This doesn't what word am I thinking of? This doesn't include, there we go. This doesn't include territorial expansion, correct?
Nope. We are committed to national sovereignty, and we support no aggressive actions within our own countries or within other countries as well. We also do require that all peacekeeping operations in the future within Africa be done by the African Peacekeeping Force, a new entity created to stop any wars of expansion or interference from foreign powers in Africa. African Union countries will provide volunteers jointly and take action collectively. We will no longer allow outside forces to unilaterally take action within the continent.
Well, we respect your action, and we have no intention to interfere in that.
We're glad to hear that. Well, Mr. Esvit, thank you for meeting with me, and thank you for being reasonable. Again, I know many people within your country probably did not support the meeting, as many in mine did not. But again, I am committed to the best future for my nation, and any hostile outlooks we have towards foreign countries must be dealt with. Again, Abyssinia wants only economic expansion, the development of the African continent, and cooperation for the world's many powers.
Agreed. And
Wonderful.
we only want a strong economic bloc within the Mediterranean. To be fair, our move upon Ethiopia was more of a power move to reassert ourselves in the region, and it didn't necessarily go as planned.
Indeed. I would caution you in the future to prioritize warmongers and not nations starving to death. So.
Of course.
Yeah.
We will attempt to do that in the future.
Wonderful. Well, thank you for your time. I'm glad that you are our most reasonable band, and I look forward to cooperation in the future.
Of course, as do we. Thank you.
Thank you. Wonderful. We have eased relations with the Turks. They did back in the first session, they did blockade our ports and to stop trade, which we weren't really trading with anyone. The only things we were receiving were humanitarian aid shipments of food for our starving nation. So, yeah, glad we clarified that. Normally, I play a pretty strong country, but not in this game. In this game, Ethiopia is in real bad shape, so it's going to be pretty brutal for the first. I hope by the end of today's sessions, we'll be in a stable place. So in the last two sessions of this game, we'll be able to actually go somewhere interesting. Because right now, we're really just still in survival mode. We will be able to implement new elections very soon, which will deal with a lot of our current problems. How do you annex puppets in this mod? Send them supplies, Alex. If you're still here, I would advise sending supplies. That's one of the more optimal ways to do it. I advise making a bunch of convoys and sending convoys to reduce their autonomy, which will allow you to lower the levels of puppet status until you annex them. Convoys is considered the optimal way to annex puppets. Just heads up. How's it going, Custard? Well, what is up? Hope you're doing well too, man.
Hello, Ethiopia.
Oh, hello. This is, I believe, Farid Al-Farsi. What can I do for you?
I was wondering what gun type are you using?
We are almost having modern weapons that we have developed domestically in Ethiopia. Or sorry, Abyssinia.
Well, I'm about to get 2005 guns.
We are as well. I would lease them off you, but we're about to have our own, so I don't think there will be any need for that. But I appreciate you approaching us.
Alright.
Are you allowed to hot join or is it too late? You can join during the rehost. We're going to do the rehost during the UN meeting, which will be in a couple months, so that you can join then if you'd like, because we'll do a rehost. Just heads up. Because there are a lot of people who dropped.
An African meeting is still happening.
Yes, in a little less than a month.
Alright.
Alright, I'm going to make a Break Your News report of elections happening in Ethiopia. I need to find a new playlist. What are you all in the mood for? Like, what kind of playlist do you all want? Like a chill playlist, a lo-fi playlist, dramatic playlist? Anyone have a preference? We'll try a lo-fi one. If anyone has a preference music-wise, let me know and I can change it. Okay. I will share this. Heavy metal. I don't know about that. I don't know about all that. I don't know about all that. Wonderful. All right, we got that ready to go. Let's go ahead and hit the election button. Allow democracy and elections in Ethiopia. Then we'll hold new elections shortly. We'll have them in 2005. So we'll just announce that it's going to happen now. There's been a lot of news reports here lately. Let's throw that up. Perfect. just in time for the African Union meeting and the UN meeting. So we are now a democracy. We are formally a constitutional monarchy. As we promised all the major powers of the world. We honor our word.
Mr. President.
Lula!
Oh, sorry.
President Lula.
I'd like to congratulate you in your new elections that you have guaranteed.
Indeed.
Not only to, but a lot of other countries in the world, and especially your people. I'd like to also hope you, whoever your party you're supporting wins, because I know you are a very decent man. Especially now that you've completed one of your promises. That's something here in Brazil we rarely see.
I'll be honest, I had not planned to run again, but many government officials and many of the different parties who do not plan on running a candidate did come to me and they asked that I would run again. I don't want to run. I don't want to rule more than another term. Again, I never really wanted this job. I don't want to stay in power, but in order to ensure a stable transition, I have run again, and the polls do suggest that I will win, unfortunately. So,
well, Mr. President, Mr. President, Jesus, Your Imperial Highness, as you know, Brazil has an amazing superior electoral court, and if you ever need help with your elections, Brazil will send its own judges.
So on that front, actually, I would like to formally invite Brazilian overseers to our elections. If you would like, we respect you as a great democracy and world power, and we had planned on having a UN group to oversee the elections, but we would like to formally invite Brazil here to oversee our elections to ensure that we have legitimacy for it. We want to ensure, obviously, that they are done properly, if you would like.
Well, Mr. President, as you know, it would be an honor to send overseers to the elections. As you know, the president of the Electoral Supreme Court has sent his interest. He has been interested in going to Abyssinia and overseeing the elections, and he would be really grateful if he could be in Abyssinia, not only meeting you, sir, but meeting the people who will be controlling the elections.
Wonderful. Let me just make a news article about this.
I would like to congratulate the Ethiopians in their effort to democracy.
Thank you very much. We stand by our promises. We are committed to a democratic constitutional monarchy in Abyssinia. Perfect. There we are. News report is out about that.
All right. I will be doing a news report in a moment. Thank you very much for this amazing opportunity, not only for me, but for the people and the Brazilian.
I would like to formally say, President Lula, that it is our perspective in Abyssinia, again, that you are the framework for which developing nations to build upon. We respect you as leading the developing world in representing us, though as many of the world's great powers do not listen to us, but they will have to listen to you, for your economic and political power is undisputed. So we look forward to having Brazil working with us developing nations and help legitimizing our struggle for political recognition and economic development.
Mr. President, as you know, I represent the people who cannot represent themselves.
Indeed.
Well, I will be returning to Brasilia and offer peace. Jesus Christ, I don't know what name should I put because everything becomes big in the news. My God. But yeah, anyways, thank you very much, Mr. President. It has been an honor meeting you again, as you know. I'm getting news from Italy that it looks like fascism has returned in Italy. I don't know if this is accurate,
it's Alleanza Nacional. They're not fascist. They're far-right nationalists, though. That is very disturbing. I have actually been invited to Rome to speak with them, so I think I will go and do. Actually, I have an African Union meeting, so I do have to go. So.
I have a federal deputy called Bolsonaro. He is a homophobic guy.
I do have to go to that meeting, though. I forgot about that. So thank you for your time, Mr. Liu.
Thank you.
Indeed. Do you want to do an African Union meeting?
Yes. Also.
Let's do an African Union meeting.
Oh yeah.
AU meeting. AU meeting.
Ethiopia out of roleplay. When is the UN meeting?
It'll be in September, so we only have a little bit to talk.
All right.
AU meeting.
Perfect.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We don't have long, as there is a UN meeting coming up very soon, but we have a little bit of time here. I would like to formally announce that Abyssinia will be implementing its democratic elections as promised in May of 2005, very shortly, and we will be being a constitutional monarchy as we promised to the world. So we would like to announce that formally.
Nigeria would like to announce that it has initialized the first counter-terrorism mission in the Congo. We have sent one peacekeeping brigade that has helped stop the Rwandans who are nationalists and don't have elections. We have stopped the Rwandans from breaking into the Congo. We'd also like to announce that Nigeria has now a green GDP income. We are slowly paying off our debt and would be open to invest into other people.
It is wonderful to hear that Nigeria's economy is back on track.
Yes.
For Egypt, at the end, we weren't able to send a peacekeeping force because terrorism is managing to somehow rise, even though the parties are banned. So right now, Egypt is in a bit of internal problems.
Indeed. Abyssinia's economy is slowly getting back on track, but we do have a ways to go before we can obviously do foreign investments, even within Africa. Are there any major discussions or proposals on the table?
Yes.
President Moge?
Recently, yes. I am currently quite injured, so I'll be saying this from my hospital bed, but Botswana is in pretty bad shape right now. We are currently facing the threat of a possible civil war within the coming months. As people who call themselves protesters, but have deemed to be terrorists, as they have shot me at one of my rallies. So, we have decided to crack down on these people and declare a one-party state for a short amount of time, and we request the support of the African Union.
What timeline will we have on democratic elections being returned?
They will be returned by 2005.
May I talk?
Of course.
Alright, the Egyptian government, after doing some research around Africa in search of the terrorist party that is right now terrorizing our government, we have found out it's an organization funded by Al-Qaeda, and also with this research we have realized that there might be a rebellion in Uganda. So I think we should vote if we support the rebellion or the Ugandan government.
Who are you supporting?
I don't see any evidence to suggest that Uganda will be having a civil war.
No, they won't have any civil war. There are lots of Congolese protests in Ituri. Out of Roleplay, just check the province. It literally has 75 resistance. So yeah, there's about to be a rebellion.
Oh, in Ituri. Yeah. That's a complicated situation, but in the event of a civil war, we would support the Ugandan government.
Though I would, Nigeria would like to stress that if we were to support Nigeria, we would strongly ask that they free the Congo.
Indeed.
They free, we also like to say that Nigeria will be officially supporting the Congo Democratic Republic in the south. The reason why we are supporting them is because they have elections. They are the only Congolese government that is alive that has actual elections.
Indeed. And we must support democracies.
By the way, on the Ugandan rebellion, I'm supporting the Congolese rebellion due to Uganda has puppeted literally half of Congo, and we should try to unify Congo and make a rally for the democratic Congolese Republic be the unifier of Congo. But for this, we should deal with Uganda by supporting the Congolese rebellion in Ituri.
We do not support a rebellion against a democratic government in Uganda. We do not support Uganda's obviously puppets, but beyond that, we cannot back that.
South Africa wants to point out of the conflicting interest of the unofficial government of Egypt.
Yes, the South African government does not recognize the Egyptian government. We are aware of that. Is there anything else we want to discuss very briefly, though? Because we are about to go into the UN meeting, so.
Nothing more.
Very well. In that case, I would suggest that we table the meeting and reconvene again in a year on July 1st. Wonderful. All right, just a heads up. Well, let's get the rehost up right now. Can you guys go tell everyone to meet in the UN? We're gonna go to the UN meeting right now. Can everyone in here go into the channels and get people up into the UN channel, please? Tristan, can we get a rehost? We're gonna do the UN meeting right now.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay. Okay, the save file just in case. All right, it's a UN meeting, so let's see here. Get everyone in here. We're gonna do a UN meeting. UN meeting.
Call it there. Then
we are doing a UN meeting.
We can re-meet at a later.
I'll wait until folks are in here. We are also doing a rehost right now, so for anyone who crashed or anything like that, you are welcome to rejoin. ID is up in announcements for everyone who wants to get back into the game. We will start doing meeting in just a moment. Get most people in here. Yep, we're good. All right, in that case, we are going to open up the second UN meeting. Just a reminder of how this goes. We will open up the speeches, so if you'd like to speak, raise your hand. Please keep your speech below a minute or I will cut you off. After that is over, we will break out into Security Council meeting. If you are a permanent member of the Security Council, you can go and be involved in that meeting. In this game, we are implementing our new General Secretary mechanic into our games. We're in the Security Council. We'll propose a General Secretary, which can be vetoed by any of the permanent Security Council members. After they have jointly agreed upon someone, we will have a General Secretary for the UN, which can be a representative from any country. They will be responsible for writing an overview of the votes or anything that happens in the Security Council into the channel, as well as chairing the UN meeting. So instead of me doing it, they will be doing it. So just a heads up about that. At this point, anyone who wishes to speak can go ahead and raise their hand. We recognize the delegate from Austria.
So, hello everyone. It has come to our attention, especially Germany, Swiss, and my part, that Italy and Turkey are trying to cause some suffering or damage to our assignment. It seems like they are trying to do something against us, and we are preparing against it. So, if any special, if there are many borders on the Italian border, do not worry, we are not trying to attack, we are just defending. A personal thing, the Austrian people, due to the increase of the military spending, deemed to move the political focus to a more militaristic state. I've talked to Germany about it, that it would cause problems. So I would kindly ask you to not see this as a threat. I know it would be seen as a threat because a military state is a military state, and that's not pretty good, but the people say they want it, and I'm trying to play it down like I'm defending the democracy, but if the government gets overthrown, I can't do anything. So please don't be offended. I'm trying to play it down. So anything.
Thank you.
See ya.
The UN recognize the speaker from Iran.
Hello. First, I don't see game ID.
So it's an announcement.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Thanks. Let me join. Yeah.
Are you doing a speech?
Yeah. I
okay, go ahead. Go ahead and do that. Yep. Otherwise, you can come back later, man.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. No, he was going to speak. Fuck. I cut him off.
Hello. This is from Transnistria, but I don't really think I should be here in the United Nations meeting because I'm not really a recognized state by. Yeah, but I'm asking all of you who hear me right now to recognize me as a country, and I will explain you why. Since the fall of Soviet Union, there was created Moldova and Transnistria. Transnistria was just like Chechens, but without terrorists, and we developed, researched things, yes, but Moldovan government wanted to oppress us and steal our territory, and we have protected it, and they have lost. And now we ask you all to recognize us because we are a state, and a lot of peoples forgot that we exist. Thank you.
Thank you. The UN recognizes the speaker from Iran. Okay, never mind. The UN recognizes the speaker from Italy.
I be my welcomes to all of the representatives of the UN here, brought it here today in this day in New York. We are just here to reply to the accusations by Alstom, and I assume by Germany too. They haven't speeched yet, so I'm not sure if they actually have levied these accusations against us. We have been accused of this before in the past, and we are still asking for proof of this, as we have not received it before, and there is no proof here either now. That is all we have to say for now.
Thank you. The UN recognizes the speaker from Switzerland.
Hello, fellow delegates. As you know, Austria and Liechtenstein recently formed a faction uniting the many states of the Alps. The situation here in Europe, I think, is dire. The foreign policy is going all over the place. France went from a democracy to a fascist state, and now it seems to be going back to democracy. I don't really know what's happening in Italy, despite me and Italy maintaining peaceful relations. I just want to say that the purpose of of the Swiss Protectionist League is to defend democracy in Europe and to defend peace. We won't start any wars. We won't invade anyone. We have no interest in conquering land. We have no interest in subjugating other people's country. We are only interested in defending Europe and to defend peace. And we are open to work with anyone that is willing to do so. On the other hand, I wanted to say that I have officially recognized the Kingdom of Abyssinia. I have been working together with him, and I hope to form a closer bond between the Swiss Protection League and the African Union.
Thank you. The UN recognizes the speaker from China. They're going to follow Blubber.
Thank you. China hopes peace will resume after the incident with the Swedes, and hope that the North Korean and South Korean peace talks can be a beacon of hope in this otherwise darkening world, as we see no reason to plunge our advanced society into the discourse of war. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The UN recognizes the speaker from France.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Today is an important day within France. The French government can safely say that peace between the German nation and the French nation has been restored with a non-aggression pact and full troops removed off our borders. We also want to see peace within Europe for all nations, especially with the rising Italy diplomatic situation with fascism. We wish that this can be resolved swiftly. We also hope that the Korean Peninsula peace talks may go well and that it will be a beacon of hope within the world. Thank you.
Thank you. The UN recognizes the speaker from Iran.
Hello, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We are currently, as you probably know, we overthrown our radical Islamist government and wish to go back to our democracy and constitutional monarchy as my father legacy did, and we wish to ensure a no terrorist, not a single terrorist in Middle East. We wish to be a peacekeeper in Middle East, and but we have concerns about the Afghanistan situation. We currently ask the Security Council to think about the Afghanistan situation. They had a lot of radical Islamists and a low stability government. We can use our influence if Security Council let us to do it. Thank you for your listening.
Thank you. The UN recognizes the speaker from Germany.
Thank you, Mr. General Secretary. The baseless lies and deception by the Italians are quite staggering. We see that they are fascist. We see that they are preparing something against Germany. We don't know what, but we see their aggressive rhetoric towards Germany. We see their baseless accusations. We see their lies and deception and endless threats towards the German people. We will not stand for this. We will act on this behavior, and hereby I announce an embargo on Italy. Thank you.
I have a short speech too. Italy is clearly obsessed with Germany. I take it as a compliment that the Italian government only cares about German foreign policies. They are trying to poach all our partners, break up our trade deals, and put us in a bad light. They even created a faction against Germany. We would like to point out to the world that Italy is currently ruled by Benito Mussolini's granddaughter and under a fascist government. Germany has offered Italy often peace and dialogue, but Italy always seeks opportunities for conflict. And I, as the Chancellor of Germany, officially denounce Italy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The UN recognizes the speaker from the United Kingdom.
Yes. Hello, ladies and gentlemen of the United Nations. Thank you for your time. As a member of the Commonwealth of Nations, we speak for a variety of nations and the problems of the world. And we'd like to thank all the member states in helping the current crisis of disease and terrorism throughout the African continent. We are pledging our support to anti-piracy operations in both the Horn of Africa and the capes in between South and African coastlines. We also ask that the members of China, Russia, North Korea, South Korea, and the United States continue to pursue the ideals of the Charter of the United Nations and become that beacon of hope in the world. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. The UN recognizes the speaker from South Korea. Also, out of roleplay,
hello.
very briefly, ready up, everyone, and then we're going to get back into the game. If you're not ready, you will get kicked.
Hello, and thank you very much. We would like to announce that the peace talks are going very well between the two Koreas. There was a more united consensus on that peace is better than war. Though we are still very concerned that we have not heard much from the Japanese Prime Minister. We don't know what they will be politically doing in the future, and we are very concerned about this. But in other news, in part of the peace talks, all leaflet, balloons, and propaganda radio transmissions have been ceased by both sides, and this shows future progress in the peace deals between the Korean nations. That is it.
Thank you. The UN recognizes the speaker from the DPRK.
We would like to also let you know that, yes, peace talks do seem to be progressing between the governments in the north and the south of Korea. However, we would like to reaffirm that there is one big standing issue that prevents any form of peace between the two Korean nations, and as it always seems to be, that is the government in charge of the United States. They seem to have convinced the southern government that they are required there for protection, whether it is against the north, which we have proven we mean them no harm, or now this phantom Japanese incursion that seems to be running rampant in their minds. However, I'd like to address the fact that to the South Korea, isn't Japan also under the hold of the American government? Are they then not trying to convince them that their threat is from them themselves? And I believe that the international community should ponder on this again. Are the American government using puppets to control their other puppets?
It is time, just heads up. Thank you. The UN recognizes the speaker from Brazil. Also, out of roleplay, I am going to start using a 1-minute timer because we're getting so many speeches, so just a heads up, I will cut you off. All right, go ahead, President Lula.
All right, thank you very much, Secretary General. I would like to start by saying that we can proudly say that Brazil is ending the biggest war out of all wars, famine. Brazil's economy had a miracle. The people of Brazil is getting richer and richer. The poor people can finally buy plane tickets, visit amazing places, and eat everywhere they want without worrying about their bank account. And Brazil's foreign relations is at its best. Mutual investments and trades between other nations has hit a record. The people of Brazil can finally say with pride and honor, and of course, money, that they are Brazilian. And before I end my speech, Mr. Secretary General, I would like to reiterate that Brazil is still interested in becoming a permanent member of the United Nations Security Council, as Brazil has proven to all countries that we are ready to help the world and fix the security problems that plagues the world. Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Secretary General.
The UN recognizes the speaker from the United States.
Hello. This is Erica, the US President. We wish to applaud the continued pace despite simmering tensions, namely between Germany and Central European powers and the East. However, we still believe in the long peace, as only recently made headway on talks with North and South Korea, or possible peace talks. America stands by its democratic allies, including France. And we look forward to further global cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you. The UN recognizes the speaker from Libya.
Thank you very much. Representatives of the United Nations, it is with great worry that I speak. My nation is in turmoil as it is. The world powers of the West and the East have failed their task in nation building, only interested in the profiteering of themselves. In Libya, the oil is the leading interest that they have. Corruption, a leading problem in their nation. So is debt and radicalization. Just like in Abyssinia a few years ago, no one cares about their issues. No one will do anything, as they cannot impact the profits themselves. The Jamhuriya, a great project, a state led by the masses of the people, shall not be silenced. The lies of the West shall be uncovered. It is clear that their international crimes have to be exposed. I declare that...
We recognize the speaker from Egypt.
Yes, hello, here from Egypt. And after hearing the German statements, we are said to have some problems with Turkey and Italy, mostly with Turkey. So the Egyptian government is here to announce that we are denouncing the Turkish government and we are supporting the German decision over denouncing the Italian government.
Thank you. The UN recognizes the speaker from Nigeria.
Greetings, delegates. I wish to bring up two things. One, the establishment of an African Peace Corps has successfully helped in Africa. Two, I wish to put a proposal to the United Nations Security Council that why doesn't Africa in its whole entirety have a security membership role? If you are to expand it at all, maybe you should allow a continent of Africa to have a say within the Security Council. That is all.
Thank you. And just a heads up, only one reminder, one speech per session. Lastly, we recognize the speaker from Abyssinia. Gentlemen, as promised, Ethiopia, now Abyssinia, has implemented democratic elections. As I promised from day one, this is a constitutional monarchy. There are many who suggested that I took power violently. There is nothing to back those words up. I was approached after protesters stormed the capital and overthrew the leadership in Addis Ababa and asked to help stabilize the nation, which I did. Soon after which I had to deal with the terrorist rebels, which we put down. I find it very strange. The nations such as India, Russia, and France attempted to embargo internationally with the Security Council my nation, when while we starved to death during the famine, they did nothing. The international order and the Security Council is nothing more than an imperialist tool to take advantage. As such, we support Brazil's attempt to become a permanent member of Security Council, and if that is not the case, frankly, we question its very existence. Abyssinia lives. We will thrive. We are a democracy. To those who say otherwise, you have nothing to back up your words. Thank you. All right, at this point, the Security Council will meet and the game will continue. So if you are permanent member, feel free to go in there. If not, we are going to continue. What's up, Dolphin? Good to see you. Is Ethiopia really orthodox? A little bit, not a lot, a ton. Alrighty. Where you get a lot of air experience. We're gonna hold on to that so we can make good aircraft in the future, hopefully. We almost have enough political power to finally get into stagnation, which will be absolutely lovely. Not right now, no, I'm not gonna give a speech about something right now. I'm in a roleplay game. That is a new channel point reward I added, and I'm happy to do it, but not when I'm in the Saturday roleplay game. The Saturday roleplay game, a little too focused for that. Wow, Switzerland is continuing to do lots of investments in us. Good to see that they're holding up what they said they would do on that. Oh, I've turned down my fan. It's really hot, but the fan's blowing right in my eyes, which is really annoying. Okay, what do we want to do at this point? I'm trying to think. We're very close to being in a stable position. We just need... We'll have our elections in May. We will get re-elected. The House of Solomon will win that. We'll have to form a coalition government, though, probably with the autocrats, which is fine. We'll be able to go into stagnation in 1 day, and then we'll just save up to go to stable growth. Once we're in stable growth, I'll start to do focuses again, because we'll be in a good position. And then at that point, we're going to use our political power in order to raise the tax rate on the population so that we can no longer be running a deficit, of which we're actually almost already out of, but we have a little bit more ways to go. So we're finally looking like we're in good shape. So let's make a quick news article about that. That's pretty cool looking. We'll use that. It's hot as hell. Yeah, Dolphin, you know, you're in Ohio. Dog. My AC's not working. It's brutal right now. If I start sweating in my suit, that's what's happening. They would have fallen ninja. Wonderful. throw that into Saturday News. Gaddafi killed? Wow. Yeah, okay, Gaddafi was shot. Obviously not during a UN speech because that makes no sense, but whilst giving a speech in the UN. That's not how that works, Jesus! But yeah, he got killed. Egypt denounced Turkey. Wow. Interesting. There's a lot going on right now. We have a couple dockyards now, so we'll be able to make convoys so that we won't have to rely on shipping from other countries. We'll have our own domestic supply. Before too long, I do want us to start researching a modern navy. We will probably build a sub-fleet at some point, but it will take a little while. We have many other priorities to work on first before we allocate funding to building a navy, but we will in the future. It's possible to join ERP as some minor nation without any ERP experience. Yeah, Maxim, you just have to try. That's all we ask. Quality, we don't care about. Just try. That's all we ask. And we run these games every Saturday for the Millennium Dawn roleplay games, and then we run other RP games all throughout the week. All the information's in the Discord. It's hot in Kentucky. Yeah, Midwest is fucking hot. And it's humid. Like, fuck, man. I'm sweating so bad right now. Need to fix my AC. I was going to do it last night, but I got busy. I was tilling the backyard, which wasn't fun because my aunt got like a tilling machine, which is like basically breaking up the dirt. So it's like for farming or gardening or just like clearing out like a piece of, plot of land. And, but she rented this like tilling machine from this local place, and it was very clear that something was wrong with it. Like it was just not strong enough to do the job. So I was out there for like 2 hours trying to till the fucking yard with this piece of machine. And finally I'm just like, nope. So we're gonna get a better one on Monday and I'll till the yard properly, but fuck. Yeah, we really fucked up my hands. There was something wrong with the engine, I'm convinced of it. But anyway, sidetracking here. Okay, our debt has gotten to around $500 billion, which is obviously very, very bad. I am gonna have to turn that fan up. It is so fucking hot. Jesus Christ. I say push influence into Yemen since they control the Strait too. I don't want to piss off the GCC, so I don't think we will do that. We are playing a constitutional monarchy, Abyssinia, so we are not going to be super hostile and super aggressive. Right now, our main priority is getting enough political power to continue to work on implementing investiture for foreign investments and domestic investments in order to be able to get into stable growth. We do not want to stay in stagnation. We were in a full-on depression, which out of roleplay I've actually never been in before, so that was interesting, but we are slowly getting things back under control. It's an accurate roleplay. I'm fucking sweating my ass off. It is accurate. All right. Okay, we'll hold on to that. We need to start working on our focuses to core Eritrea. And then we can't do any more focuses until we get into stable growth. So right now, we're really just sitting tight and waiting. Trying to think of anything else. Let's go talk with some countries about some investment possibilities. Our economy is in actually very good shape right now. So we just have to keep moving forward the way we are right now. We've had huge investments from China. We're getting some more from Germany, Nigeria, Switzerland. Who could we go talk to about investment possibilities? I would say the US, but they're a bit of a rogue actor as they're supporting the far-right nationalists in France, so I don't think we really want to do that. I suppose to talk with Italy. I know that he actually wanted to speak with us. I know Italy wants to speak with us, so let's go find him very quickly. Hello there.
Hello. Hey there.
I received correspondence from Zanone from Italia that they wish to speak with the Abyssinian leadership.
Yes, indeed, it's true.
Wonderful. I have no issue speaking here, as I don't see Turkey and Myanmar as needing to not be in this conversation, so I'm happy to speak here if you'd like.
Of course. In fact, if they're going to join us, Italy just wanted to integrate itself more to the economies of the African Union and invest more into its members. So not only Ethiopia, but also countries like Morocco and Nigeria. Is Morocco part of the African Union? Yeah. So Morocco, Nigeria, and all similar countries which we guess need the development.
Well, it
Of
is
course, it's
absolutely
gonna be-
needed right now. I mean, many of the African Union countries are really obviously wanted to commit more to international investment, but due to the very debilitative economies that we continue to have after the colonial period, that is very difficult. So outside investments from rich countries such as Italy would be greatly appreciated in boosting economies, helping to relieve debt issues within the African Union, and promoting quicker industrialization. So absolutely, that would be very much appreciated. Obviously, you'll need to have individual conversations with AU members, but beyond that.
Of course, we're not expecting any investment in response, of course. But if the countries ever wish,
I will say this: although as soon as our economies are able, we will prioritize investments within the African Union. We will, of course, continue to invest outside, and the nations that prove themselves to be partners, equal partners with African Union members will of course get prioritized in terms of investments. So if Italy, as they already have, continues to show themselves to be a close ally, you will be, I'm sure, prioritized at least by Abyssinia, and I would assume the other members of the African Union. So absolutely.
Yeah, well, unless Ethiopia has anything to say to any of the countries here present, I believe that is all Italy has had to offer.
That is it. I just hope for continued cooperation with the AU and respecting it as it develops itself as a political entity. Beyond that, we have nothing more to say. I do have a very brief question. I know that the Allianza Nationale briefly took over in the Roman Parliament. We were a little concerned about that. Would you mind elaborating on what happened there?
Yes, of course. You see, the Italian situation has been, the Italian political climate has been in chaos for a few, I mean, since the World War II, honestly. You may look in the history of the country. There's been more governments and there's been years since the founding of the Republic. So really, that was just another failed reform government that tried to solidify its position, but it failed. Now it's the turn of the liberals. I guess next time it's gonna be the turn of the Partito Democratico. We'll see. Reforms have been passed. I mean, now the country is.
I switched from the far right to the far left in Partito Democratica. I believe they are very, very, very libertarian liberals,
yes,
are they not? Yes.
The Italian parliament is right now a mess. The country is not very stable in that argument, in political argument. But for the rest, it's not doing bad. We have negligible corruption by now. That is being reduced very quickly. And we also finally stabilized the mafia situation. Mafia is in fact
really
significant power.
Congratulations are in order if you managed to stabilize your mafia issues. I know they have plagued you since really the end of the Second World War after the Americans introduced the mafia into Sicily again.
Yes, unfortunately that is true. That is mostly what happened. We managed to finally stamp them out mostly. There may probably be a few pockets, but they're not really no longer a problem for either Italy or foreign nations trying to invest in it or trying to have relations with it.
Wonderful. Well, I'm glad that you cleared that up, and I'm glad that we do not have extreme parties in power within our allies' governments. So I'm glad that a reasonable one and such as yourself is in power. So thank you for clarifying.
Even if it's true that the Alliance Nationale with the granddaughter of Benito Mussolini was in power, since that was a coalition government, she was just one part of it, and in any way she was just one part in the parliament. She couldn't have been able to do anything really.
I understand, but you could see how many countries would find that very worrying, since I mean, her grandfather was a known fascist, of course. I mean, one of the most famous fascists. He defined the fascist movement in Europe. So
it's true. It's really unfortunately that is something that will stay with us forever. It's the penance for our crimes. I mean. So
it is the nature of all nations and individuals to be, I suppose, somewhat blamed for the actions of their past. But we understand that Italy has entered a new era. Your commitment to equitable negotiations with countries such as ours suggests that you have come a very long way since those times, which we're very glad to see. If there's anything else, I will take my leave.
And anything else from any of the other members here?
Nothing from me.
You do represent the Commonwealth of Nations, I believe, correct?
Myanmar?
Yeah, the organization that you have built jointly, I believe, right?
Yes, and the secretary. But we can talk with any of the members individually as well.
I know. I wanted to actually briefly offer your organization the chance to send a member to the next African Union meeting to discuss possible collaboration, economically or otherwise, if you would like.
Yeah, we'll discuss this among the members. I think we need to be a majority on this.
I understand. But if I don't think Abyssinia would like to sponsor a member of your organization to come and speak with us about the possibility of mutual, support among other things.
Yes. Do you wish to perhaps favor a member, or should we rather choose it ourselves?
It is completely up to your discretion.
Very well.
All right. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for yours.
Abyssinian claimants, they have claims too. Yeah, so Abyssinia at one point owned all of the Horn. All of that was owned by Abyssinia. We do have the right to take territory, but Dolphin, I'm doing a constitutional monarchy roleplay, whereas Zara Selassie really doesn't want to be empowered, frankly. He was just kind of put there in response to the mass protests and the failure of the Zenawi government in the beginning of the game. So we're not dealing with a warmonger king, or sorry, emperor. We're dealing with like a reluctant emperor, essentially. So there's really no desire for that. Hello?
Dude, out of roleplay, is new imperialisms allowed?
Is what allowed?
Huh?
Is what allowed? Can you repeat that?
New imperialisms.
New imperiums?
The thing for no war tension.
I'm confused. One more time.
Neo-imperialisms.
Neo-imperialist is allowed, yes. But obviously, it's very dangerous to go that route, but it is allowed, yes.
Okay, it's because I've been thinking on making it a secret as new imperialism, so basically the world in reality...
Yeah, you don't gotta explain it to me, man. You're allowed to do it, you're totally fine, but obviously there will be consequences, so yeah, you're totally fine. The delegate from... 1 second. Yep, wonderful.
Alright,
Cool.
out of roleplay, I lost connection.
What happened?
Out of roleplay, I lost connection.
Fuck, yeah, we will probably do another rehost in like an hour or so, but until then, you are kind of fucked. Do you know why you lost connection?
My internet went out.
Yep, that'll do it. Yeah, we don't do hot turns that crashes the game, so if we do another rehost, you can rejoin, and obviously next week's session, of course.
Good.
Is this Mr. Mbiki, I believe? Hello there. Welcome to Addis Ababa. What can I do for you?
South Africa would like to call an emergency African Council meeting in regards to Libya.
Very well. We will attend. Can you help me get the other members?
Yes.
We're having an emergency AU meeting. Just a heads up. Emergency AU meeting.
Yes, I...
This is very disturbing to see. Let's wait for the other members very briefly.
Just saying, I've already sent peacekeepers.
I can see that. Wonderful. We obviously cannot allow the Salafist revolutionary force there to win, so peacekeepers are already on the ground, I believe.
Indeed.
Yes, the Nigerian, as I've said, I formed them up. The Nigerian green helmets have already been formed.
Wonderful. Egypt, is there any way you can get volunteers into Libya too?
Yeah, I'm gonna send volunteers to the democratic part
Wonderful.
against the separatists.
But yeah, we will obviously be supporting the GPC. Obviously, Salafist extremists have no place within the African continent, so we will take, direct and immediate action.
I'm also going to be sending my aircraft over as well.
Actually, hold up. Do we know if he's here or not? Someone in chat just mentioned that you can't actually send volunteers against the player, which is true, but I think he's actually AFK right now, so... Because he's muted and deafened, which you're not allowed to do, so...
We should send warnings first, and then see where that goes.
Oh, by the way, out of roleplay, I'm about to get 2015 weapons. So yeah, I'm getting basically very modern technology.
Wonderful.
Anyways, Jeep will send volunteers.
Perfect. Actually, no, don't send volunteers yet. We're actually not technically allowed to until we hear from him.
No, I think he's doing. No, he is here because he's moving his units around. He is here. He's just pretending to be mutant and deafened.
Yeah.
See, out of roleplay, you meant to go Salafist, right? You intentionally went Salafist, right? We thought you were AFK.
Yes, I intentionally went Salafist.
Okay, very well.
Where's Nigeria? Hamu, you know where Nigeria is?
I do not.
I need to talk to him.
Yeah, he intentionally went Salafist. Out of roleplay, we can't actually push his troops. We're not allowed to send volunteers against the players, so without his permission, which I actually didn't ask, I could do that.
Okay.
Obviously, the AU wants to send volunteers against you, but we need your permission as a player. Are you going to accept volunteers against you or deny them?
Why not? It's like part of the roleplay, isn't it?
Yes, but there's a rule against sending volunteers without a player's permission against him, so it's up to you.
mean, I don't care if I died, and
very well.
I kind of want to have like some like combat against terrorism.
That's fair. Wonderful. All right, in that case.
But if he
All right, he gave permission, so we're allowed to send volunteers against him. So let's go ahead.
Okay.
Oh, he approved
I
it?
know. I know.
Yeah.
All right then. Okay. Okay. So Nigeria, please take out the divisions. Yeah. Thank you.
Well, are we sending them? Yes or no? Because someone just had someone.
Yes, we are.
We approve. He approved.
Retreat them.
Okay, I'm
we
sending troops.
All right.
Well, okay. Hold on. One person says you can send them. Other person says you can't send them.
We can't send them. Guys,
let
let me say, he is given permission, which means we're allowed to, so we are sending troops.
Yeah. So yeah, I talked to him. He said he did.
Okay.
He gave permission.
Yeah, he gave permission. Hammurabae
Yes.
said he gave permission, so yeah, he gave it. All right, that's all. Because I was worried that
Wonderful.
sent without permission.
Oh,
all right.
okay, I'm gonna send the stuff now.
Yeah. All right. All right. Thank you.
I'm also gonna be dumping. How many guns should I give him?
On another note, since we're having the AU meeting a little early. Actually, no, we can do that later, at a later time. I think at this point we're ready to call the meeting, right? We're going to send peacekeepers. Are we good? Anything else?
Yes.
All right, wonderful. We're good.
I just need to wait till when are they returning back? 14th. Okay, so I can send them. Remember to send only special forces that are.
Yeah, Egypt, you're only spending special forces, right? He left. Okay, wonderful.
Only special forces?
Yes, they need to be. Right.
Max
now I can
15
send
width,
them.
no armored divisions, special forces. For volunteers.
The commandos are okay?
Yes. Wonderful. We are finally back in stable growth. The Abyssinia economy, for the first time in the last 5 years, is stable.
Congratulations.
That is a historic moment. We are running a surplus.
That's good. Libyan forces, right? The Nigerian forces are on their way. Is anything else? Right. I would advise South Africa, if you can as well, maybe send forces.
I am working on that as we speak.
Because, yeah, this is a terrorist group that has risen up.
Wonderful. Looks good. I'm gonna go back to the our own VC here. They're gonna be dealing hopefully with the Salafist revolutionaries in Libya, which is a very worrying situation. So that was absolutely brutal. We got so fucked by game mechanics. After 5 years, we have managed to actually get democratic elections, stabilize the budget, and get out of a fucking depression. So it only took 5 years, which is kind of realistic. That's usually around the time frame it would realistically be for something like that. So we are actually kind of in a stable position. Our interest rate is 5.9. We have 30 factories, most of which are civs, with a couple dockyards to produce trade vessels, as we will begin to grow our coffee exports, as well as other things. Let's go ahead and make a Break Hero News article about our economy, because this is absolutely huge. Now get a resistance. Yep, that comes next. I admire people who go sloths in these games. They know for a fact that the world will be against them. Yep, I respect it too. When they actually roleplay and do it correctly, yeah, mad respect. We'll just use a picture of our capital. How do you RP as a Salafist? Just be really horrible and try to murder people and try to expand. foreign investment, and domestic stabilization. Economy in green. Wonderful. U.S. supports free Libya. Which one is that? God damn it. We just went into a recession. Oh, no, we didn't. Oh, we got lucky. Okay. Salafism isn't Islam. Let's be very real about that, Mage. You know that. The Windows XP background? Yeah, that's the browsing background. Yeah, Salafism is not actual Islam. I can't tell which one America is supporting. I think it's this one, but I'm not sure. We're gonna start raising the tax rate to run a surplus here. Why did it? Oh, because we just went back into fucking stagnation. God damn it. We just got hit by such a shitty event. We got back into stagnation. We have to save up for stable growth again. Fucking Christ, man. Oh, this is just so brutal. We're still in the green, but we are back in stagnation. Fuck. Our GDP per capita has doubled in the last 2 years, though, so that is huge. The quality of life in Abyssinia has gone up dramatically, which is really good. Let's go for the Djibouti Railway. God, this is just such a brutal position. Like, it's really difficult to conduct diplomacy when you have literally nothing you can do. Like, we have so much debt, we can't do foreign investiture because we need to work on getting that down, but it's a brutal position. South Sudan supports the economy per capita or total GDP? Okay. There's not really anyone for us to go speak to, I don't think, right now. Kala left, no surprises there. The Emirate is kind of being held back, but it is not easy, clearly. It's very difficult. You're the Greece of Africa. We're the sick man of East Africa is what we are. Let me also change the title. Speaking of which, I still have the UN meeting on there, don't I? Yep. So bad at changing the title. There we go. Let me actually change it one more time. We're sickish now. We're not fully sick. We're recovering. 169 political power, and we'll be able to go back into stable growth, after which we will start to do focuses. Glass cannon economy, yeah. Yeah, we're threading the needle on this one. Like, we're in a very precarious situation. We're basically betting on... How the fuck did that happen? We're basically betting on our economy stabilizing and our debt stabilizing enough with the increase to our GDP to be able to get into the green and stabilize the economy. It's very risky. It could go very bad again very quickly, so we have to be careful here. All right, I have to go to the bathroom one more time. I'll be right back. Too much hydration. There we go. It is so fucking hot upstairs right now. There's no AC up here, and as you know, in a 2-story house, heat rises, so like walking up the stairs is like going into a goddamn furnace. Oh well. Alrighty. 140 away. Trying to really think about what we could do right now. I'm really hesitant to try and secure more foreign investment due to the fact that it can't be mutual, and due to the fact that that would give outside countries more influence over us, which is already hurting our politics. So I don't think we can really do much of that. We are going to build a military industrial complex. You know what wouldn't be a bad idea is trying to lease submarine designs off of the Italians or the Germans. Because we do want to build a navy. Let's go talk to Germany about that. Let's see if we can secure some naval schematics. Where is the Chancellor of Germany?
So you are the economy, but yet no one is helping you.
This was
You
the
are doing
point
nothing.
in
Exactly,
the
you're doing
past,
nothing
that's
but
true.
giving, and not taking. You know.
Yes, this was the case with the European Union. Hello, Herr Selassie. I'm
Hello
glad
there.
to see you.
Is this
here in Berlin.
a bad time, Chancellor?
No, it's a good time. I think we are finished with the Yugoslavian.
Yes. Of course, the
president.
Yugoslavian people have got everything they need.
Wonderful.
Thank you very much.
Then have a great flight back.
Für das Vaterland, mein Freund.
I guess, yes. Für das Vaterland. Herr Selassie, willkommen in Berlin. How can I
Wonderful to
help
speak with you always, Chancellor Schroeder.
Ah, you look great. You are very, very great in shape, I see.
You too kind. We both know that I'm balding even more due to the stress of getting my country back on track, but it is working, and that is all that matters. I'm sure you have heard, finally announced a governmental surplus for the first time in 5 years, as we have fully stabilized, which is wonderful. So,
Yeah, I'm very glad to hear this. Very glad.
we are here to discuss with you a more serious matter, which obviously is of security concern. After the blockade of Abyssinia, due to many nations around the world, it became clear that Abyssinia is in need of a navy. But as you know, we have never done really any research into it, and we have no domestic designers of our own. We had hoped coming here to Berlin that we would be able to secure licenses for submarines from the Germans, who we know are good allies of ours, so that we can protect our coastline in a manner that is economic.
I see, Herr Selassie. I'm very glad to hear this. As I said in the past, a strong Abyssinia is in the interest of Germany and the German people.
Of course.
We still think that your country provides Africa with much stability. And we are glad that the independent nation of Abyssinia can take its own actions without Western, how should I say, without Western influence.
Indeed.
So, we would like to grant you with anything you want from the German Bundeswehr and from the German Kriegsmarine.
Wonderful.
As well as from the Luftwaffe.
We are very glad to hear that. Abyssinia will be attempting to build its own aviation industry. As you know, we have created the Ethiopian Airlines, which has already been expanded by the government and is providing low-cost flights throughout Western and Eastern Africa. So we will be producing our own domestic aircraft, but we are very thankful for your offer of opening up your military schematics to Abyssinia, and we will absolutely be getting submarine schematics. So we are very thankful to our allies in Germany for allowing us to secure our coastline and the future of our security interests in the Red Sea, and we are very thankful.
Very great. Glad to hear this, my friend. And
Wonderful.
since you are here, Germany plans to build the greatest fighter the world has ever seen, and if you like, I could provide you with a document and with a small picture of it.
Oh, absolutely. We would love to see it.
You have information about this project, and when it comes out, you can buy it.
Wonderful. Let me see the documents here.
Let me look. Wait a second. It is in German language, but you have like a picture of it, so you can see what it is. You should receive it.
The Kesselblitz Düsenflugzeug.
It's the Kesselblitz Düsenflugzeug.
Is that a next generation fighter, I'm assuming?
It is.
Hmm.
It will be the greatest fighter the world will ever see. The
That
new
is fantastic.
technology will come again from Germany like in the past.
That is very exciting to hear. It is good to see that Germany is continuing to stay on the cutting edge of air and military sciences.
Yes.
And if you do produce this next generation jet, we would very much be interested in leasing it off of you until our own catches up one day, which I'm sure will be quite some time.
Perfect.
Wonderful. Well, thank you for being able to continue to work with us, and we are looking forward to continued cooperation. Thank you for the submarine schematics, and as soon as that next generation fighter is available, we would love to lease that off of you.
Perfect, Selassie. Have a great time and great flight back.
You as well. Thank you. Wonderful. We secured. Whoa! India just got admitted into the Security Council. Damn. They better have let. Yep. All right. Brazil and India have both been added to the UN Security Council permanently. That is wild. Interesting. That's good. It's modernizing. We don't have to talk about what that is. That's just disgusting. All right, let's work on the submarine. We won't be able to put anything on it because we haven't researched like modules, but what we can do is produce the base versions, and then when we get the tech to put weapon systems on it, we can refit these submarines. So that's what we're gonna do here. On that matter, we're gonna need to import materials for it, so we'll need to make a trade treaty. Let's go talk to the Chinese about that. Okay, where is China? It's cocky, I think, or... He's still in the Security Council meeting. We'll wait on that. Oh, shit, we went to stable growth. Oh, we just got so lucky. We went to stable growth without having to do it ourselves. That is fucking huge. All right, in that case, we're going to use all this political power to raise our tax rate then. Look at that. We're actually running a very solid surplus now. Perfection. All right, let's see who we can talk to about a trade treaty then to import the necessary materials for our submarines. Germany, honestly, I think. No, they don't have tungsten though. I'd optimally like to go to one person for everything. Iran. Let's go discuss a trade treaty with the Iranians. Who is that? Implemental. Okay. Where is he at?
7018 political power. I need I think 8000 to switch the thing. I can switch, but I would be able to get 3 civilian factory in case of 2 military factory because I'm spending political power. Huh?
Gotcha.
Yeah, is it okay?
So, what do you need from Turkey?
Civilian factory. I build
Okay.
2 military factories for you, and you build 3 civilian for me.
Yeah, I'm aware. What's up,
Yeah,
Linus?
so
How's it
I'm
going,
switching
creative? And yeah, I know Hillary Clinton's competitors in it. We don't have to talk about it.
We'll
I'm switching
build
right now.
4. We'll build 4 civilian factories in a sign of good faith.
Okay, I
President-
need what advisor? You say it.
No, finish. I told you finish, sorry.
You know, has military industrial complex.
Very
What is
briefly,
military-
Iran, when you have the time, could you meet with me in Addis Ababa?
For sure.
Thank you.
Just wait.
All right, we are currently undergoing election season right now. We're about to have elections, so we'll see who will win. We're going to attack the Western Outlook. Zoroastrian Iran. Yeah, it's a Pahlavi. The Pahlavis were bought back, so Iran is a monarchist again. They have no debt at all and a surplus. Wow, look at that, 741 billion in international investments. Their GDP is 2 trillion. Jesus Christ.
Your Imperial Highness.
President Lula. Hello there. No, not at the moment. No, I am in election seasons. I was campaigning, but I always have time for you.
Anyways, how's the elections going?
Quite well. We are winning in the polls. We will need to obviously form a coalition government, but we expect to continue to administer the country for another 4 years.
Good news. Mr. President, as you know, Brazil, since you have a lot of elections, Brazil's relations between Ethiopia and the people of Brazil has been loving Ethiopia, even though I've seen results that Brazilian people are more and more interested in Ethiopia.
That's good to hear.
Brazil loves other countries no matter what. We have always helped people, other countries, and we were here to ask, are you still willing to accept economic aid?
We are always interested in receiving economic aids. Oh my god, I just fucked up.
What the fuck did you do?
I attacked the democratic outlook and they just got stronger. Rip. All right.
Oh
Anyway.
my god.
But yes, we are very much interested in economic aid. What kind are you wishing to have? I mean, that could take a lot of forms. So what exactly are you suggesting, President Lula?
I believe economic aid would be asking where economic aid should go.
Investments are our pinnacle of concern, so if you're able to do those, we would prefer that.
Yes, we can most definitely do investments. Where would you like them?
If you could build them in Tigray, that would be absolutely perfect.
Where again?
In Tigray?
Tigray. I cannot find Tigray. I'm actually having a hard time trying to find Tigray.
It's a little province like right to the north of Amhara. It's just north of the Northern Territories.
Tigray, yeah, found it. Jesus Christ, it took long. All right, so I will, since Brazil is really rich, we'll be sending 5 civilian factories. Is that what would you like?
That would be absolutely perfect. If you're able to do that, that would be wonderful.
All right. He have sent you the offer.
We're very thankful. I do have another thing I'd like to bring up over you. Would you be willing to do? We are in need of importing resources for our trade, but we are not wishing to run a trade deficit. Would it be a possibility that we could do a trade deal with Brazil that results in us neither of us having a trade deficit?
What would you like? What would be the offer?
I mean, just you could import something off of us or license off of us, and we are in need of steel and light metals, which I know your country has.
Yes, I will most definitely do that.
Wonderful. In that case, could I get 2 factories in trade back for those?
2 factories in trade back. Yeah. Okay. Hold up. Let me just see if I can find.
Wonderful.
What do you most export?
What do we mostly export? We mostly export steel as well. We have a little bit of light metals as well, in a minuscule amount of oil. We do have some advanced small arms if you'd prefer to license those off as well. 2005 models, but that is up to you.
Nice. Right now I'm gonna find your country, Ethiopia. See if there's anything else you can trade.
Steel and a little bit of light metals is really, I think, all we would have. Beyond that, you are, of course, welcome to license some of our military equipment off of us in order to balance the budget, if you would like.
Yeah. I'll do steel since it's the only thing I can find.
Sounds good.
Country. So 2 civs. I can only do 1. Okay, I'll do 1 here.
Very well.
And I'll do 1 in light steel here.
Wonderful. Thank you, President Lula. We are very appreciative.
Thank you for not only inviting us to your elections, but also
of course
giving your people the chance to elect their leader.
Indeed. We are committed to democratic ideals, and though we have been put back into power, I will not run for another term after this. So this will be my last term in office. I will probably remain as a figurehead monarch, emperor, as will my descendants, but I have no desire to run this country after this term.
Well, just so you know, you are a really, really good leader.
I appreciate it, President Brazil, as are you. Is there anything else I can do for you?
No, that is all for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Oh, hello.
Hello, Zara Yakub. Your Majesty. You invited me to Ethiopia.
Yes, welcome, King Ritsa II. I am, as you know, Zara Selassie, the Emperor of Abyssinia. I wish to have talks with your government, as we have not had any after we have been instituted in power here. As fellow constitutional monarchs, I thought it would behoove a conversation between us, at the very least, to open up relations properly.
Thank you. Yes, surely we can. We both oppose a regime, a dictator regime, which was ruling our party, our country.
Indeed. I believe we both came to power under similar circumstances, which were a tyrannical government, which was needing to be overthrown, and the people seeing us as the only possible way forward. So I suspect we have much in common in that regard. As such, I hope that...
People has nostalgia about the past and their kingdom. We both had great kingdoms in the past, and now we shall prevail again.
Of course. Absolutely. I hope that we can cooperate and ensure that our nation survive. I know you are in a very good shape economically, and we are slowly coming out of our depression. As we do so, we will be looking for economic partners, and I hope that Iran and Abyssinia can work together in that regard when we have excess capital that we can utilize for that purpose.
For sure, we can invest on you and help your government shine again.
Indeed. I think that it is important that constitutional monarchs like ourselves show to the world that we can be strong economic players and good actors in international relations. So I hope in that regard we can work together and ensure that there is legitimacy behind such governments as ours.
Yes, as already I think international government don't have anything thing with us. As you know, United Kingdom is like us also. So.
Indeed, absolutely.
Yeah.
One last thing I wish to briefly discuss. Sorry?
Yeah, this is a question out of...
Yeah, what's up, man? Actually, no, I'm not allowed to do this anymore. I'll open a ticket. On the top of the screen, you can open a ticket and ask a question. Do that.
Okay.
Yeah. But, what was I saying?
About the UK, and after that, the situation between us.
Absolutely. So generally speaking, the Middle East is obviously very close, and after the Islamic Emirate formed in Libya, I would hope that you are also concerned about rising Salafist movements within the Middle East and Arabic cultures. Have you been taking any actions for that? I don't know if you are aware, but the African Union has opened up an anti-terrorism task force, and although our volunteers are being defeated in Libya, we are preparing a more concrete action there. So I was just curious as to what action is being taken in the Middle East in that regard.
I'm trying to infiltrate Afghanistan because they have a low stability and high terrorist movement in there.
Indeed.
We try to convince the government to work closely with us. I also say that in United Nations meeting, but I don't get any answer from Security Council yet. I may try to infiltrate the government and help them to rebuild their country. About Saudi Arabia, our concern is about Saudi Arabia, and that's it. I don't see any major terrorist thing. You know that my father also tried to prevent any terrorists in country.
I'm aware.
Continue.
The Pahlavi family has always been defenders of stable governments within the region.
Yeah. Sadly, after the revolution, it changed, and I will bring back my father's legacy.
Will you be resecularizing Iran?
What?
Will you be bringing back a secular Iran?
Yes.
That is wonderful to hear.
That. We have the maximum amount of welfares, education, and healthcares.
That is wonderful to hear.
I don't see anything, and I have a lot of stability. If you see.
Oh, I am well aware of your government situation. You are in a fantastic shape, and it is wonderful to see a fellow constitutional monarch like yourself doing so well. So we are very happy to see that.
About your country, I like to invest whatever you want. I can invest in dockyards, military factories, or even civilian factories if you want.
If you would be willing to invest in us, we'd appreciate it, but I will warn you, I will be unable to invest in you or other nations until I get my debt down a little bit more, as it is at $500 billion, and we do need to get that lowered before we can do investments.
I know that. I just want to help.
In that case, we would...
if you go against terrorists and radical Islamists.
Of course.
For sure.
We are committed to anti-terror operations throughout the African continent and the Middle East, working obviously with countries like yourself spearheading that. We will give you any support you need in that regard that we can provide.
I think I won't go against terrorist military because I don't have the military I need to do it, but politically I will try to destroy them.
Wonderful. We are very, very glad to hear that.
Do you wish to build civilian factory or military if you want?
We actually could use some military factories. Obviously, we are not warmongers, but we do need to supply arms for our troops in order for peacekeeping operations.
Because I saw that you don't have any right now.
No, we do not.
So,
They were taken by the they were taken by the IMF. So yeah.
I'm really concerned about your ability to defend against
It is an issue. We have weapon deficits across the board, and our troops are undersupplied right now. It is a big issue.
Also, in case you go against any terrorist countries, I will support you with my massive deposit and stockpile. I have like 8,100k guns in my stockpiles and a lot of manpads for military.
We are greatly appreciative. I will make you aware that the AU sent volunteers to hold back the Islamic Emirate, which has failed, and as such, Egypt will be taking concrete action. We obviously only support peacekeeping actions, no puppeting, obviously, of Libya or anything else by the Egyptian government. So if you could provide any support to that ongoing situation in terms of weapons, that would be greatly appreciated.
I will speak with Egypt if they want anyone. Did you receive my 4
I did.
factory?
We are very thankful for you building those factories. It'll help us resupply our troops, which is very needed. So thank you for that.
I hope you stay on your words about defeating Islamic radicalists.
We will. It is not true Islam. It is nothing more than a disgusting misinterpretation, and we will not stand for it. I hope that Iran feels the same.
Yeah, we will feel the same.
Wonderful. Well,
true Islam want peace.
Absolutely. Thank you for your time, King Risa, and we will speak in the future.
We will speak. Goodbye. If you want to find me, I will go to Ankara.
Sounds good.
Good.
Well, that is a very friendly Iran. That is wonderful. You actually could build mills in us. That is huge. We have no mills right now. In the beginning of the game, we started with 2, but when we defaulted on our debts and tried to get our debt crisis dealt with, the IMF demanded both of our mills, and we had to give it to them, so we lost them to the IMF, which was absolutely brutal, so. I'm trying to think what we really need right now. Wow, we are really running a surplus now. Look at that. We have almost completely stabilized ourselves after everything that happened previously. I think at this point we're going to save up our political power. I want to get the tax rate up to 30%, after which we'll have some funding for other things. I want us to boof, where is it? I want us to get free emergency treatment. We want to make sure that people can get treated in the hospitals. We obviously can't afford really good quality healthcare like the rest of the other countries around the world, but free emergency treatment and building of hospitals around Abyssinia is huge. And then I want to improve the social safety net and add pensions for our citizens. So those will be our 2 major priorities in the near future. While we do that, we will work on properly incorporating the northern territories, which obviously were in rebellion previously. What submods are you using? State transfer MP, peace conferences, player-led peace conferences, and no lag, yeah. And then just obviously Millennium Dawn. Just us. Just MP ones. But the war for terrorism has just begun. Many former soldiers of the now dissolved EDF joined the newly again formed EPLF in neighboring Sudan and prepare to fight back. It's up to us how now which path we will take. We can release it and turn it into a federation. Wait, mute 1 second, guys. My aunt's going on a date. She'll be back. All right, cool. Alrighty. Think of the horn yet? Dolphin, we're not being expansionistic. Not in this one. This is a constitutional monarchy Abyssinia roleplay. Not as exciting as just conquering the whole planet, but it is fun. The Saturday games are less about territorial acquisitions and more about, you know, interesting roleplay dynamics, which does happen. So let's get that debt down a little bit more. I really want that interest rate below 3%. If we can compensate for inflation, which unfortunately isn't in the mod, I wish it was. I really wish the MD devs would consider adding inflation, but they don't want to because it's complicated. And I get it, but fuck, I want inflation dynamics. I just really wanted inflation dynamics. But it's fine. Whoa, French Parliament put into lockdown as shots are heard outside of Parliament. Uh-oh. Apparently there is some domestic issues in Paris right now. The protests there are getting very out of hand. That is worrying. Obviously not our corner of the words. Oh, Dolphin! Not everyone's expansionistic. I want the MD devs to optimize the mod. They've got a lot more they're going to do, Simperer, but the issue is they don't have a big dev team, so they're really limited in that regard. Like, it's really only 3 or 4 developers who are doing most of it, and that's brutal. So yeah, there's a couple others who have like pet projects, but they don't help out with a lot of the mechanics changes, so it's brutal for them. Okay, let's keep increasing the tax rate. Like I said, we're going to go up to 30%. After which we'll be in good shape. They're also very decentralized, yes, absolutely. It's a very democratic dev team, which is good and bad. I mean, they're fantastic. The stuff they put out is amazing, but... We're about to get those office sectors in Oromia, and then the Civ in Ogaden. All those international investments are almost completing. We are building a bit of a tech hub in Oromia, which is absolutely fantastic. It's important to obviously diversify the economy. We are going to be pursuing obviously coffee exports to increase the power of our currency and our economy domestically. We obviously want to try to run a trade surplus. We will be seeking to build an industrial and manufacturing hub, obviously near the capital, and then obviously an Ethiopian tech hub would be, I think, really big if we could get that going. Obviously, not easy to jumpstart that, but we will do what we can. So. Let's make another news article about that, actually. That'd be interesting. Can you look at your neighbor's political pie? Yes, in just one moment. We'll go with that. Abyssinian coffee price. Abyssinian economy undergoing rapid growth due to coffee exports. There we go. We'll say it's the coffee manufacturing. A lot of civs will say it's just coffee plantations, which we are going to use to get a trade surplus and export and grow our economy. Wonderful. Most have a lot of nationalism. Yeah, it's because we're near them, and we're nationalists. That's why that is happening. Computing at 3G, wonderful. We need to build, obviously, phone communication arrays within our country so that people are able to communicate easily. Wonderful. We're up to date on computing, which is fan-fucking-tastic. Let's work on GMOs so we can hopefully have better crops for both our coffee and our food production, so we don't obviously have famine issues in the future. GMOs will be very useful in doing that. The one thing we still need to import is technology metals. Who should we talk to about that? We'll import it off of Iran to show our things for those mills he's building. God damn it. Thank you for telling me. I'm out of fucking tape too. Fuck me, I gotta go find some tape. Be right back, guys. Excuse me. All right. Should be good. Should be good. Yep. My camera's not focusing. Try this again. Fuck off. There we go. Gotta get the focus. All right, we are back. Technical issues. Yeah, technical issues. Okay. War is over is done. We'll dissolve the Eritrean National Assembly. They are not a real government. They do not exist. So we will treat them as such. Raise the tax rate. We are running a very nice surplus. Our GDP is up to 1 trillion. That is huge. We have come so far. Our GDP per capita has, it is, I think, almost quadrupled since the early days of the famine. So we are in such good shape right now. This is really fantastic. What's up, Linus? Well, what do you want? A ship renamed? Well, actually, we don't have any ships, so it'll have to be a division. What do you want to rename? Keep paying off our debt here. Get that interest rate down to 4%. Wonderful. Almost down to inflation levels. Well, probably inflation levels, considering where we're at right now economically. Name an army, femboys. Oh, fuck. Germany has nukes. That's too silly, Linus. For the Saturday games, it has to be like a formal, semi-serious name. So no, rejected. You have something else you want to name? Nothing against Finboys, but it's not serious enough. So, yeah. Well, let's go talk with our German allies about what the fuck's happening there.
A lot of people here.
Welcome to Berlin.
Welcome to Berlin.
Yes, you've caused quite a international ruckus.
This is very disturbing, I must say.
This is just a statement against Italy, who prepares a nuclear program against Germany.
They're a democracy, like yourself.
It is. It is. But
It is.
Italy always was hostile against the German nation, and we just want to show the world that we stand united and strong. Not only for us, but for our allies too. Blondie.
Chancellor.
Yes.
There's a NATO meeting happening by UK.
I'm quite disappointed
Yeah,
that
yeah.
I was not consulted before this. nuclear
I
test.
do wish you had let us know about this beforehand, as this is, frankly,
As
a
you
little
know,
disturbing.
Vizekanzler, was geschieht?
Ich habe keine Ahnung. Gentlemen, calm down. Calm down. Germany just underscored its new role as guarantor of Europe. This is a new era in Europe.
Cannot be fine because right now we're trying to evacuate our second largest city because you detonated a nuclear bomb next to it. I wish you had consulted us about this earlier so we could have arranged something.
Well, you agreed to sell the island to Germany, right? And after your agreement,
Yes, but
our
that
agreement.
does not mean you can conduct nuclear tests right next to our biggest.
It was a small nuclear warhead with only 15 kilotons.
The Baltic winds are such that they will carry that radiation either into Sweden or Finland, though. I hope the German government is prepared to make damage reparations to those governments to ensure that they can deal with the fallout.
Right
Of
now,
course.
I'm preparing a very big damage preparation into the governments of Finland and any other government who is affected by this.
Yes. Everything is in place. Don't be concerned.
I have not received the rest of the $350 billion. I don't know if that's gonna come in soon. So.
Yeah, you're still in out of AP. It's still like in making. I
Yeah,
can't
you are free.
invest.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm not forgetting this.
Well, that is very disturbing. It appears that Germany is being very aggressive. Clearly, for some reason, they fear the Italians, but to be honest, I think it is probably completely unfounded. There's really nothing to suggest that Italy is as warmongering as the Germans say. So this is just a very strange and disturbing series of events. We're going to have to completely reconsider our German situation. And thank you for the bits, Emperor. I appreciate that. Got all the German nuking of random islands off the coast of Finland. So just a reminder, guys, they bought Finland, the islands off of Finland for $500 billion, which is a lot of money. Normally I don't allow that, but these islands are not too inhabited in. It's a gray area. And then they tested a nuclear device on it, which frankly, has probably made all the Nords absolutely hate Germany. So this is a very precarious situation. Since we are now a democratic nation, and we have a parliament, and obviously Zara Selassie is beholden to the parliament, congratulations! Everyone in chat is now an elected member of parliament in the Abyssinian Assembly. There is a motion currently on the floor, so if you would like to vote, feel free. Give it a follow, Millie. These are the options on the floor. There will be a 2-minute roll call vote for all members of the Ethiopian parliament to decide the course of action into the future. Obviously, in the past, I ruled singularly, but no longer. The parliament will help to dictate all actions of the Abyssinian government. So we must decide jointly as to what we shall do and what action we will take against the Germans. They have invested in us greatly. They have provided enormous humanitarian aid in the past. However, these actions are frankly very disturbing. One second. Let me try getting another playlist done. Played this one in a while. Cool. Alrighty. We almost have the tax rate where we want it, 2% more, and we will be at 30, after which we will begin to fund new government programs to revitalize our country with the tax revenue we have gotten from our massively expanded economy. And in a couple more days, we'll get those office sectors from Austria as well. Let's see how the vote's going. I'm curious. Lightly condone. Yeah, that's what I about expected. We are almost ready to dissolve the Air Trade Assembly. Not that it existed, but any remnants of it will be completely gotten rid of. I'm gonna vote on it as well, since I can. Wonderful. Andorra. National Democratic. Interesting. Lightly condone. All right, we're going to put out a formal statement then. What about renaming Dolphin? We'll formally condone it, and that is all we will do, though. All right, Egypt's about to formally invade in Libya too, so I suppose we should probably call for an African Union meeting as well. German ship Bismarck. I'm not playing Germany, Dolphin. We are playing Abyssinia, and we don't have any naval vessels yet. In a little bit, we will have some submarines, though, so we are getting there. Let me look up something. Oh, hell yeah. There is traditional Ethiopian music. All right, we're gonna play some Ethiopian music. Damn. Okay.
Just go in. Just go in. Doesn't matter about US. It's against terrorism. We don't care. Just go in.
What did we just enter into? I didn't realize that there was a meeting. I wish that you had called upon Abyssinia.
No, we're just dealing with terrorist state. We're dealing with terrorist states.
Indeed.
Can you accept my thing?
Right. Go in.
Egypt is formally entering into the war, are they not?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Just intervene now. Just
Hello, Egypt.
Egypt, don't stop us going into Libya. We're stopping a Salafist terrorist state that has already threatened.
I want to as a nation that's opposed terrorists too. I wanna give you aid. What you want?
Yes. Just send, just send, the limit troops that we can send.
I don't have barely any amount of troops. Sorry. I just have military.
Keep pushing.
Forward.
Keep pushing.
Egypt, can we provide any aid to you in this?
Keep pushing. Remember, remember to bomb his forts. He has built fortifications. I have. Also, good news is
don't you need any guns, manpads, CC equipment?
I think he has a lot of equipment actually.
Send me a small arms.
So I suppose you politically I can't do it.
No, he said small arms.
Send a small arms? Okay.
We are recapturing the capital.
You're pushing, wonderful. Also, we are in agreement that we'll only do a government change, right? No puppeting, nothing like that. Agreed?
Yes, we will. Honestly, out of roleplay, after I win this war, the Libyan
okay,
war,
14,000
So basically, it's a
they're gonna follow communist Canadian.
Okay, guys, 14k guns has been sent to Egypt.
Wonderful.
To fight.
By the way, I don't know why, but the USA condemns the attack.
Wait, who's the USA supporting?
Oh man,
They
if they
say
support.
they condemn the attack. So I'm saying, what the fuck?
Can I also say we've got intel saying that Belarus is supplying guns to an Islamic terrorist state.
They are. I'm gonna take a trip to Belarus to speak with their leader. Hello there. Does Lukashenko have a moment?
I do, yep.
All right, would you like to move to another VC?
Sure.
I am here representing the African Union, and I would like to know why Belarus is supporting a Salafist extremist country within Africa.
Well, to be completely honest with you, African internal problems don't particularly concern me, but the professionalism of my military does. And this is an opportunity.
That is understandable, but
my scope.
the African Union does not allow outside influence for any conflicts, especially when supporting a militant Islamic organization.
Excuse me, I have to say something off our real quick. You mind if I start an extraordinary meeting of the United Nations Security Council?
Emergency one?
Yeah, an emergency one concerning two things actually: the German nuclear test and the war in Africa.
Go for it.
Northern Africa. Thank you, man.
Lukashenko, you understand that you are supporting militant Islamic forces, and after the situation has been dealt with, if you continue to support them, the AU will take action.
I'm interested, or excuse me, I've been interested in securing additional military training and experience for my forces. However, I do not have any particular love for the Islamic Emirate.
You are supporting an extremist terrorist organization. You understand that, right?
On the other side of the world, yes.
On the other side of the
However,
world.
My world is small. I'm not Africa.
Indeed.
However, I would be willing to withdraw my advisors and end my military support in exchange for a civilian investment in Belarus.
Absolutely not. We do not negotiate with the allies of terrorists. This is a simple request. If not, I will take it upstairs to Putin. I was attempting to deal with you personally, Mr. Lukashenko, but if I can't, I will talk to Putin about this.
Understood.
Will you pull out your troops there?
Allow me to discuss internally with my advisors, and I'll get you an answer by the.
You have 1
31st of
week.
January. I would like until the 31st.
He is refusing to stand down. I gave him a week, and if he does not pull out by then, we will take it upstairs and take action directly. I'll have to speak with Putin about this.
Ethiopia?
What kind of... You mean Abyssinia?
Yeah, something is literally about the rules. Can I naval invade? I already made the ticket.
You are able to naval invade, yes.
Yes, you can naval invade.
Let's go then!
Yes, you can naval invade.
Okay, so I am allowed to naval invade the 2 ports to rush the capital.
Yeah. Well, not rush, but naval invade Tripoli.
They have all their divisions in the front, so yeah, they are about to die. I think.
In other news, I'm gonna make a post. Nigeria has gone from level 9 corruption to 8 corruption.
Alright.
Mr. Putin, do you have a moment? Oh, it's Security Council, my bad.
Yeah. Sorry.
I didn't realize.
You could wait until.
They're all the Security Council meeting.
No, I don't want that. I want actually. Is there any? Oh yes, I'll buy Ukrainian. I'll buy those Ukrainian things. I'll buy Finnish stuff.
Belarus has pulled out. Wonderful. They still have an attaché there, though.
Take the airport.
Okay, they are dead.
If you
Go.
take the airport, we win.
Mr. Lukashenko, we are glad to see that you are no longer funding them with weapons, but we do see that you still have an attaché there, which we would request that you pull out.
I'll remove my attaché, but I require another 2 weeks to firm up our affairs and remove all remaining Belarusian.
That is reasonable.
Tripoli center good.
Go round me, we're distracting him in circle, go round. Go round him.
Dude, we are about to unify the border.
Just hold him in,
We
yeah.
are about to unify.
You've almost got it. Come on, push through.
Nigerian smuggled in javelins are smacking it. Nigerian ATGMs are smacking his tanks. He can't hold off against ATGMs.
Okay, we just unify the border.
Yeah, good, that's good for
Good,
supply.
unified. If you can take Tripoli, he'll probably be forced to capitulate unless he hides in the desert.
I mean, there's no there's no
As in my single out of roleplay, in my single player games, I invaded a lot of deserts as Spain. So yeah, I'm used to invading desert. They won't be able to, yeah. Okay, our air forces win.
I would also like to note that Sudan is also supporting the Islamic Caliphate, so I think that is important to note here.
Sudan's not a player.
I know, but even in roleplay.
Sudan just betrayed the Gulf of Africa, supporting the Islamics.
There you go, I'm helping you break his tank. Yeah, go around it, circle his tank.
I'm on that. Okay, yeah, let's go.
There you go, Morocco. Yeah, there you go. Oh, he died.
Almost there.
We just killed.
I'm going to Tripoli.
We just came and then killed 20,000.
Oh, finally, I can actually now, like...
Are you so sure that you...
We're already in on it, I know.
You do it alone? Yeah,
Oh,
the Egyptian
finally.
military is powerful.
Finally, I can wait. Why did Jamie test nukes? God damn it.
Charge towards Tripoli.
Yeah, I'm already going there. I'm like,
We're almost in Tripoli. He's almost pushed out. If you can get the airbase next to it, he'll be done. Yep, it's over. Just the airbase in the south now.
Yeah, just Tripoli and...
what? Just saying, my general I've got has the commando trait. I'm using the commando trait ability on him.
Hello. I'm preparing the news.
Hello.
The delegate from Turkey, I believe. Hello there. How can we help you?
I wish to speak with the nation of Abyssinia.
All right, wonderful. Meet me in a VC. Hopefully you can find us down here. No, Diplo one.
In AVC.
Hello there.
Oh, hi.
What could I do for you, President Esvid?
I just wanted to ask you regarding your condonement of the nuclear test by the Germans.
We do not support it now.
Oh, so you condemn it?
God damn it, I messed him up, didn't I?
Yes. Okay.
Fuck,
So
that
as
was,
long
I
as-
apologize. Someone's gonna get fired
No,
in the State Department.
It's really okay.
We
That
condemn
person
it!
should be
Fuck!
fired, but-
Well, that was a
But-
huge diplomatic miscommunication. We condemn
Yeah,
the nuclear test in Germany.
Just wanted to make sure your position. We also condemn.
Don't worry,
such-
that we'll find out who that was and fire him. But yes, we do not support Germany's nuclear arsenal. There's no need for further nuclear proliferation throughout the world.
And as you may know, they apparently killed 116 of their Finnish neighbors with radiation.
Indeed, the test in Holland was an absolute tragedy. We do not support it. We are currently completely rethinking our relationship with Germany, and although we will not cut off ties with them, certainly we will not be seeking to cooperate with them as closely in the future.
All right. Well.
To clarify our opinion.
Well, if you would like an alternative, Turkey has grown quite wealthy.
Mm.
We are more than willing to boost your economy, as we see that we owe a debt to you,
Mhm.
of course, after the blockade of trade, and wish to pay it back.
We are always looking for new partners, and we would love to cooperate with Turkey in this regard, investment-wise. We would be happy to return the favor, but we will require our debt to be paid off before that happens.
Of course. And what would be your demand for the amount of debt?
We make no demand. What do you, for investment, you mean, or
No. Where would you like them? Then in
take
that
a quick
case?
look at where things are being built already? If you could, in Eastern Oromia, that would be greatly appreciative. However many you like. Are you only able to build civs, President Isavit?
Yes, unfortunately.
That is totally fine.
Where is Eastern? Where's this province? Apologies.
I already did it for you.
Thank you very
How many
much.
did you do?
President Isavit, he did 5.
Dude,
How do you mean 11? That's not even
I was
possible.
gonna-
He did 5, yeah.
Okay.
That's not even
5
possible.
Is it not? It let me go up to 11.
What?
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, it is possible because I have 27 building slots there. That's why.
Yeah, but it's not possible to do in one investment. That shouldn't be possible.
It'll probably bug is what will happen if you do that, yeah.
Okay, then I won't do that.
Is there anything else, President Isavit?
No, we just wanted to make sure that your position on the nuclear test was that you.
We obviously condone, condemn any nuclear proliferation, so yes.
Condemn.
Indeed.
Alrighty. Well, in that case, we'll take our leave back to Ankara.
Thank you for your time, and we're glad to clarify that matter, and don't worry, that official, as we said, will be fired, so.
Perfect.
Nice beard, thank you. The Germans did a nuclear test. In William Dawn, you could test nukes on your own territory as a show of force. They bought the islands of Alan from Finland for $500 billion and immediately did a nuclear test there, and they've pissed off basically the entire planet. We were allies with the Germans, but we are going to steer clear of them now for a while. Do you have negative foreign investment? I don't know how that happened, Balls of Doom. I have no idea how that happened, but that is the case. Yeah, this is good music. This is traditional Ethiopian music, too. Fucking good, man. God damn, I could vibe to this. All right, let's, I need to make a news broadcast about the diplomatic mix-up. They're way too white to be from Ethiopia. The Senior Fire State Department employee for diplomatic mix-up. There we go. I used the wrong words. I used condone, not condemn, which is important. Words matter, especially in diplomacy. There we go. That's better. We're good now. We're good. All right, so Libya has been dealt with. There is now a democratic government in Libya. The last of the forces are holding out in Abyssinia, but with the forces there doing very well, they will be destroyed shortly.
Hello, Ethiopia.
Hello there. Congratulations on your win here, Ethiopia. This is absolutely huge in pushing back these Salafist extremists.
The U.S. taking control.
After this, I think that the Ethiopian government is not thinking that bad of this Egyptian government anymore, right? You
have proven yourself to be a strong member of the African Union and committed to democratic ideals, which we are very glad to see. We, of course, have already recognized your nation and given you a non-aggression pact. Well, you refused it, it seems. We are happy to give you that non-aggression pact now, if you would like it.
Oh yeah, that's because a lot of non-aggression pacts are read in the world. Yeah.
Indeed.
Hammurabae. Is it? He just took control of what's it called? Libya. He's taking.
We just freed Libya in the name of democracy.
Who did?
The U.S. Look at the influence chart. He just
50%. Let me go. I'm gonna go take a trip to DC.
Yeah, they're puppeting.
They're in the Security Council meeting, but we'll need to speak to them after. Let's go get help from Morales. Hello there. This is Zara Selassie.
Hello.
I have a very disturbing issue which I'd like to bring to the attention of your alliance and hopefully gain your support in this issue. The United States has started to get massive amounts of influence in the Libyan government that is being put up after the Salafist revolt there, and we are worried that the US will attempt to take control of the government in Benghazi. We hope to secure the support of the Commonwealth nations in ensuring that the United States does not take away governmental sovereignty from African countries, especially a democratic one installed so soon after a Salafist uprising.
Understand very well. We will try our best to combat American influence in Libya.
We hope also for your international backing in ensuring that this does not continue.
Turkey is concerned about Egypt's interference in the Civil War.
That's a good point as well.
The Egypt acted on behalf of the African Union with the direct support of every member of the AU. They helped to push back the Salafists, after which they left the country. They have followed the AU's request to a T and have done exactly what we asked.
As long as then it was unanimous agreement.
The whole AU backed this decision. They were the only one who could directly intervene after the Salafist government almost won there.
And we see no issue.
Wonderful.
How would you like us to see us combat U.S. influence?
We will be taking a trip to DC to discuss with the Americans. We hope you have your backing. And generally speaking, just supporting our attempts to get America to pull out its influence in that region, broadly speaking. Diplomatic support is what we're asking for.
I see. Well, we shall spread our influence throughout Libya.
Wonderful. Well, that is all I wished. I just hope that your alliance, as I know it is committed to democratic ideals, would support democratically elected governments within Libya. So we are glad to hear that you will support this. Thank you very much.
Yes, we will try to counter American influence as best as we can.
Thank you.
If
We
this
appreciate
is
it.
truly an
What?
African Union mandate.
It appears that the Greeks have just taken northern Cyprus.
What?
What?
Oh.
Wow.
I mean, it's the eye.
But it's still happening in the game.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Well, I will leave you that up to you. I'm just gonna.
Alright, new international crisis, boys.
The Greek AI just annexed Cyprus. Fuck. Sure, that definitely will create giant issues. So what has happened in this great nation, and have elections happened yet? Elections have happened. We were put back into power of a coalition government, so we are doing very solid right now. There was a giant war in Libya after the Salafists declared a revolt and tried to overthrow the government. They almost succeeded, but then Egypt and the AU intervened, and we dealt with it. So that crisis has been averted, but now America's trying to gain influence. So as soon as that Security Council meeting is over, we're going to speak with President Clinton and hopefully come to a conclusion on that. We are running a bit of a deficit, so we'll have to jack up taxes to compensate for that. I do want to have this substantial safety net. It is pinnacle that we build a future for Abyssinians where they are able to build a business, live a quality of life that has never been seen in this country before. And this government is committed to giving them the tools they need for that. We will not let Abyssinians go hungry. We will not let them not be housed. This government will always prioritize the good of its citizens over all else. And then we're getting more. We get 5 civs from China in 35 days, and then 5 civs from the Germans in 55 days. We're about to get a lot more factories. Our economy has just gotten so big, it's ridiculous. International investment is very powerful. I'm gonna be honest, the election should have been decided by chat. That would have been fun. There's not really any way to force that. I mean, I don't mind that in single player games, but in the multiplayer weekend games, I like to follow kind of the roleplay generally. But for single player games, I don't mind that. Like, you know, whenever I do my single player Millennium Dawn campaigns, I always do that sort of thing. I always let chat decide. But for these weekend games, I don't normally do that. Another mill would be really useful. Let's do an infrastructure campaign. We'll do that in a little bit, actually. We'll do a mill, then we'll do an infrastructure campaign. We do need to get ourselves a military industrial complex so we can start to produce the weapons that we are going to need. Keep holding on to that. Yeah. Oh well. What's a photographer? How are you doing? Is it possible to join this roleplay next Saturday, or do I have to wait till next RP session? Maxim, you can hop in whenever you want. There's always empty countries, and you can hop into any sessions, even if they're ongoing. Just be willing to roleplay, and you'll have to choose, obviously, a nation that isn't already being played by someone. So, yeah, of course, you're welcome to join next Saturday. We have around another hour of the game today, and then we'll be done, so just a heads up about that. We are kind of getting close to the end today. I'm really glad that we actually managed to stabilize our economy. I mean, we have a stability now of 81. War support's pretty solid. The recruitable pop solid. Our economy is just completely transformed. I mean, it's up to almost 4 trillion with a GDP per capita of almost 20,000, which is really not that bad. So quality of life in our country has gone up dramatically, which is exactly what we were hoping for here. All right, we'll go up to 35% tax rate then to pay for the new programs that we're going to be funding. As our economy grows, we will be able to hopefully lower that tax rate in the future, but for now it is necessary for ensuring quality of life. We're about to get those bills from Iran. Wonderful. How do you deal with department in Millennium Dawn? What do you mean, Tal? What do you mean department? What does ETH test do? It's a mechanic they're going to add in the future for Ethiopia that allows you to basically combat Eritrean rebels. It doesn't work right now. Not really. It's still in the works. So they have it in the game, but it's not completed. I've tried to use it before. It's not completed at all. Next session, we are going to be building a space program. Just a heads up. I suppose we get any more research slots. Hello?
Yes, bonjour.
Bonjour.
Yes, it is the French president Nicola Sarkozy coming to Ethiopia to talk about investment offers to you, sir.
President Sarkozy, first off, congratulations on your recent election win. I am very glad to see a moderate political figure taking the reins in France.
Thank you, sir. We nearly avoided a civil war.
Indeed, it was looking very grim there for quite some time.
It was. It was. I thank you for your support, sir.
Absolutely. What kind of investment opportunities are you seeking?
Well, we're actually looking to invest into you, sir, in civilian factories.
That would be greatly appreciated. Obviously, we're not able to return that until the economy is a little bit better, until our debt is brought down. I hope that is understandable.
Of course, sir. We're doing this to provide you as much as we can and to improve our relations within the African continent.
Absolutely. Africa is a quickly developing power, and the AEU is developing very quickly. So we are glad that you respect and understand this.
Yes, of course, sir. We 100% support you, and you will always have our back in any conflict you may have, sir.
Wonderful. In that case, we are open to civilian investment. If you would like, we would ask that you prioritize that in the Eastern Oromia region.
Okay.
There are no strings coming with these investments, I assume, of course?
Of course not.
Wonderful. That is good to hear.
Alrighty. How does 3 civilian factories sound to you, sir?
Sounds fantastic.
There you go.
Thank you very much. We are very appreciative for these investments, and we look forward to our newly found relationship with France, and we are very glad to see there'll be one with a democratic government and not a far-right nationalist one.
Yes, of course. Thank you, Mr. Selassie. We hope to speak to you soon and further strengthen our bonds together within the African continent.
Absolutely. I hope that you're committed to also supporting and investing in all African nations, not just Abyssinia.
Yes, of course.
Wonderful. Well, that's great to hear, and we look forward to continued support and working together. Thank you very much, Mr. Sarkozy.
Thank you, sir. Yes, au revoir.
Au revoir. $100% in Millennium Dawn gives you the factories in the territory and some recruitable pop, but that's it. We'll never be able to core Eritrea because we didn't puppet it. But roleplay-wise, we weren't going to do that, so it's fine. This music is so fucking chill. Only 3,000 men needed to garrison Eritrea. Wow. This is jazzy as fuck, goddamn. Trade agreement with Egypt? Yeah, sure, if they've proven themselves to be a good actor, and we can absolutely work with them. Looks like that Chinese investment failed for some reason. Shouldn't, there's plenty of space there. Sometimes it'll fail and it'll still go through, but we'll see. I love it too. Are you recruiting? Recruiting for what? Turns out traditional Ethiopian music is fucking fire, man. God damn. Can't believe I was playing other shit, not this, goddamn. Alright, there's a formal press statement from the French. Let's see what that was about. Where recent situations occurring within the German region, the French Ministry of Defense announces the expansion of the French ICBM program. Oh, god damn it. The Europeans are nuclearizing. France is going to expand its ICBM production. That is not good. Recruiting your troops? No, because we don't have the military supplies. We will as soon as we can, but not yet. We haven't had mills for quite a while because when we defaulted on our debt in the early part of the game, the IMF stole our 2 mills, so we haven't been able to produce equipment all game. Is that what it says when the time runs out? Nuclearizing? Yeah. Yeah, we will in the future, but not yet. We don't have the resources for it, unfortunately. So we'll get there. It's not yet. We are up to 4 mills now and 2 dockyards, which is fantastic. There we go. There's that 35% tax rate we wanted. I would really like to jack up education a bit more, but I think that we can't really do it. So we have free primary and secondary education. We have free emergency treatment, and we have substantial safety net. Where's all of our spending coming from? Welfare mostly. Hello?
This is the newly re-elected president of Brazil.
President Lula, congratulations on winning re-election. I knew that you would do it, of course. I mean, you are a great man. I'm sure your people understand that.
Of course. Throughout the years, Brazil has been very sympathetic with the cause of Abyssinia, Your Imperial Highness, and we would like to ask if you'd like any more help concerning economy, or even potentially in a military basis too.
Military bases, you said?
Yes, exactly.
If you would like to establish military bases in Ethiopia, Abyssinia, you are welcome to, but we do not need it. As for investments, we are very good for right now, and we're hoping to be able to start doing mutual investment very soon. So although we welcome the investment, it is not needed. We have finally stabilized the economy. We are running a surplus. We have a stable government that is democratically elected, and we are finally able to fund public social programs. So we're in very good shape right now, President Lula, I'll be honest.
In that case, Brazil's offering army supplies, like weapons.
That would be enormously appreciated. We are in need of recruiting more divisions in order to garrison the border with Sudan after they have been very aggressive towards us, but we do not have the military supplies for that right now.
We can send you a, we don't know how big a military aid would be, we still haven't made the calculations math yet, but we could send you a nice military aid of probably infantry equipment, or APCs.
We would be happy to take that.
Of course, I mean, start here. Start make the maths here real quick. We'll send you about, if I'm correct, 250 of small arms.
That would be perfect. We would be happy to accept that.
There you go.
Thank you very much, President Lula. We will use that to get out some more divisions in order to garrison our borders and bring stability to the region.
You're welcome, and Brazil would like to thank you for its promise, of course, of making elections. Again, we're very grateful for what you did for your country.
Abyssinia is a nation that honors its promises, always, President Lula.
Excuse me, Your Highness, I must go now.
Of course, we thank you for your aid as always, and it is always wonderful speaking with you.
Of course, good luck for your future.
You as well. We're going to make all of these to launch satellites, so we'll do that. Oh, we just got a message from someone. What's up, Martino? Hope you're doing well. How's it going, Unbelievable Bob? Thank you for the bits. I appreciate you, man. How are you doing? Right, we got that last mill, which is wonderful. We'll be able to start producing utility vehicles, which we've obviously need. It is time to work on an infrastructure drive. Obviously, we need roads now that we are becoming an industrial hub of Eastern Africa and really Africa as a whole. So it's critical that we build the infrastructure within our country now to be able to facilitate that. There's a lot of coffee exports, so we need to start getting down into the ports. We also need to probably upgrade the port in Osaka. Oh my, Japan. Uh-oh. That's worrying. That's very worrying. The Masaba Cement Factory is one of the most powerful local conglomerates, important for the building boom that we plan for the country. By increasing the funding distributed to Masaba, we will be able to finish building projects quicker. Wonderful. Wonderful. What's the difference between adding support companies and just regular brigades? Support companies don't add combat wits, so they're more efficient. You get stats from... Let me explain it very briefly. In this mod, it does add a little bit of combat wits, but it's very minor, and the bonuses are worth it. So you get the entrenchment bonus for basically almost no combat wits, which is really nice. In vanilla, support divisions do no combat width. Combat width is how wide your division is, so you basically want a lot of stats per combat width. So support divisions are great, because although they release your organization, which is bad, they give you stats for no combat width cost, which is really useful. In MD, it's a bit different. They do have a little bit of combat width, but they're still worth it for the most part. So, yeah. Wonderful. News comm scripts. Hello, who am I speaking with?
Ethiopia.
One moment. The Moroccan delegate was here. If you don't mind, really quickly. What can I do for you? Can you turn your mic up at all either? Is that a possibility?
Sorry, I talk really.
No worries.
So, for the next after meeting, I was wondering if you want to, be friendly to an idea of a faction with not just
An African Union faction. Yes, we would absolutely be open to that, but we need someone who is able to create factions. Abyssinia is in the process of moving towards that, so we would be able to create a more concrete African Union. So I would support that, absolutely.
Okay.
Wonderful.
And since Egypt's here, are you fine with that?
Lieutenant General?
We can make factions. Egypt can make faction, but I came here to inform Ethiopia about an
It is Abyssinia. I would request that you use our proper country name.
I come here to inform Abyssinia that our leader is about to die. He is already very old, but he had one last wish, and that was his doctrine. It's a doctrine like the Monroe doctrine, but instead of guaranteeing Latin American nations, the Egyptian government will guarantee the independence of all the African nations our leader has considered friends. And those will be Nigeria, Morocco, and Ethiopia. I came here to inform Amnesia. I came here to inform you, Amnesia, that we will guarantee your independence as soon our leader dies.
You said you're going to guarantee our independence?
Yes. So basically, if your nations get attacked, the Egyptians will come to help.
We are very, very glad to hear that, and look forward to cooperation in that regard.
Yes, as soon our leader dies, his last wish will be accomplished, and we will guarantee the independence of the nations he considers friends. Now, what of roleplay, in reality, I need more political power. I'm just gonna need it.
Understandable. We support this approach, and again, we are committed to building an African Union faction, if that is something that you would be interested in, well, which would not make the guarantees necessary.
Yes, the faction, we would like to join the faction if it's possible. But as there is no faction right now, we will follow this new Egyptian doctrine, and as soon our current leader dies, the nations he likes will be basically guaranteed. Now that's all I have to say. I'll go inform Nigeria, as I think that Morocco also heard this.
Very well, sounds good. And we are going to do an AU meeting in just a moment. 1 second.
One question, Ethiopia. What focus are you doing?
Right now?
Yeah.
Masembo cement plant to build an infrastructure campaign in my AU country.
Okay. Thank you, and so tell me when the
We'll do. 1 second, almost done. Alright, we have instituted universal health care. I mean, the quality of that care is not great, but you will be able to see a doctor at no cost in Abyssinia if you would like. The quality is not the best, but still. Long time no chat. How is it going, Aram Goji? How are you doing? Good to see you. Hope you're doing all well. Stupid question. Does it matter where you put your civilian/military industries or tech like this to pop affect them? No, it does not. Not at all, Maltino. Does not affect them.
Hey, Zach.
Yep.
Out of RP, I don't see anything in the rules, but Yugoslavia is like continuously justifying and cancelling the justification to...
He's spiking world tension, I think.
Yeah, exactly.
Please go tell him not to do that. That would be considered an exploit.
Your Imperial Highness, it is me, Lula again.
President Lula, what can I do for you?
This is totally different of what I usually come here. He wants to talk about Germany. I've heard that you and Germany have very close ties between each other. And
We did once. We did once.
we would like to ask your position, just so you can, I can understand here, on their nuclear tests. I would like to ask.
As you, I'm sure, have seen in the news, we have formally condemned those actions and do not support their attempts to continue nuclear proliferation in Europe. We are completely against it, and it has resulted in a splintering of us from the German government, where we do not cooperate with them as we used to.
We would like to ask if you would like to join Brazil in their efforts of embargoing Germany.
That we are not willing to do. We have too many economic ties, unfortunately, with Berlin to do so. But that we cannot do.
Brazil is willing to break your dependency on Germany in order to embargo.
They have a substantial portion of our economy from German investors, and at this time we are unable to do that. I apologize, President Lula, but our economy is still too young and weak and unstable for us to do something so radical yet. In the future, when we have stabilized more, we would be happy to do so.
We are not willing to let Brazil help you on this case, though. We can, and I think Brazil has enough economic power to make you break this dependency on Germany.
I understand that, but I can simply not break those economic ties. Most of the early industry that's making up of our exports and our industrial base is the Volkswagen cheap cars that we are producing for those companies, which if we were to nationalize or to let them pull out would be absolutely debilitating to our economy. I really apologize, President Lula, but I only just managed to stabilize my economy. I'm sure you saw in the news that we've instituted universal healthcare and hospital expansions, and all of that would go down the drain if we did this. I am so sorry, but this is something I cannot do.
It's disappointing to hear that.
I know.
Your Highness,
I understand.
We respect and we understand your decision.
In the future, when we can stand independently from countries like Germany economically, we are happy to do so. But the sad reality is that is not the case right now.
Of course. Well, excuse me, Your Imperial Highness.
Of course.
We hope you can break this unfortunate dependency on Germany.
We hope so too. Thank you for your time. You're about to fly to Abyssinia to see a doctor? Yeah, same here, Tal. Same here. It's been a hot minute since we last talked. Yeah, it has been a long time. When was the last time we talked? Like a date? What do you mean? Does the population affect building slots? Yes. The only way to get more building slots in Millennium Dawn now is population growth. That's also in vanilla. A lot of people don't know, but the building slots you have is based off of your population. So yeah, absolutely. Can't remember? Yeah, I can't remember either, man. I'm gonna be real. Been a while.
Bonjour, Mr. Salassi.
Ah, hello there. What can I do for you?
Yes, it's Mr. Sarkozy. We just wanted to hear your take on the most recent embargoes and situation with the Security Council regarding Germany.
Would you mind updating me on what the Security Council has decided upon, as I've not been made aware of that situation? I apologize.
Recently, the United Nations Security Council has released a press statement regarding that since Germany has failed to denuclearize after tensions have grown due to the nuclear test and failed negotiations with India and him. It appears the Security Council has agreed to embargo Germany until they have planned to denuclearize or until they have plans
we
to
support
make peace
this.
with the other countries.
We were already approached by President Lula to also embargo them, but unfortunately we can't do that. A large portion, I'd say at least 20% of the very new industrial growth and factories in the Abyssinia economy is Volkswagen manufacturing plants built by Germany, which we can't get rid of. So we are unable to embargo them at this time, as it would destroy the economy that we have only just managed to build for ourselves. But we condemn in all terms Germany's actions and will not be pursuing any future investments or cooperation with Berlin until such time as they change course on this very, very dangerous course of action that they are deciding to pursue.
Well, Mr. Salassi, that's great to hear from the French Republic. I was not aware that President Lula came to...
He did. He was attempting to get us to embargo Germany, to work with the international order in this regard, which we respect. But again, if I was to embargo them, it would destroy my domestic economy and would put my country back into abject poverty again, which I am unwilling to do.
Of course, Mr. Salassi, and I understand you wouldn't risk that for the world, so...
Indeed.
Okay, that is all I came to see, just to hear your opinion on it, Mr. Salassi. We'll be heading back to Paris.
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir.
Of course.
Yes. Au revoir.
Is it worth it to get all the text that improve population growth? 110%. It's basically max building slots in the state. It's essentially, it does that for you. Also, maxing your healthcare policy will also increase your population growth. Advanced universal healthcare gives a 75% population growth. So yeah, I'd advise that. Which is why we're now growing our population by 50,000 per month, which is 6 million per year. So yeah. The airplane business is booming with all these world leaders flying over. It is. And Ethiopian Airlines is doing absolutely fantastic. Where are you? Did we get rid of the buff? We did. Oh well. We have Ethiopian Airlines though. We did the focus for that. So. All right, we're almost ready to go into fast growth here. The government is prioritizing the economy entirely, since obviously Zara Selassie and the House of Solomon understands that the economy is the bedrock of any nation. So we are going to get stable here. Just a reminder, we have another 30 minutes of this game until it's done, so hopefully we'll be stable before the end.
Hello, Your Majesty.
Hello, who am I speaking with?
I'm Reza II, King of Iran.
Ah, Your Majesty. Always great to have you here in Addis Ababa. Welcome, welcome. Take a seat. Take a seat.
Thank you. I wanted to invest in your country because I saw what you did in Libya.
It was not me. It was the African Union. It was we put no troops on the ground as we were unable to. We of course helped that happen. But I would recommend, if you wish to reward someone for their actions there, that you look to Egypt or Nigeria, who both took the spearhead in getting rid of the Salafist terrorists there.
Oh, thank you. I sure I will speak with them too.
Absolutely.
But I want to emphasize more relation with African Union and what their goal is about anti-terrorist action. We might need their help in Middle East too.
There is a need for an African Union meeting that's about to happen. I'm going to go ahead and call that. If you would like to speak in regards to that issue before the African Union, perhaps we could do it that way.
Yeah.
Wonderful. All right, let me call an AU meeting, and then you can speak first. Are y'all up for an AU meeting right now?
Yeah, sure.
Right. AU meeting. We're going to do an AU meeting.
This will be interesting to see what happens in the Balkans.
All right, welcome everyone to the third African Union meeting. I know that there are many members who were not here in the past, as there has been a lot of recent turmoil within Africa due to terror issues. Before we begin, I would like to invite to the floor to speak the representative from Iran. Just one moment, let me pull him in here. There he is. The King Reza of Iran is seeking further cooperation in anti-terror efforts as he is dealing with his own problems in the Middle East. So I'd like to give him the chance to speak before the assembly.
Hey guys, do you need investments?
One moment, we were in the middle of a meeting here. Thank you though, Austria. King Reza, would you like to speak?
Yes, for sure. I saw what you've done in Libya for de-radicalization in Libya, and we are supporting you. In any case, I can promise you we are supporting you with everything you need. And I wanna point out in other thing in Iran, if you know that in Iraq, Saudi Arabia, Afghanistan, Pakistan, the Salafist government are rising, the Salafist popularity, and I wish we could seek your support, especially in Afghans for now. I have a lot of influence. I want your support politically, not military, in UN meetings, and give your speech about Afghan problems because they have zero stability and a lot of radicalization is going on in Afghans. I can intervene into their government because of my influence, but I need Security Council promise about it, and I need to you. I ask you if you can give a speech about the Afghan situation in next UN meeting.
I know that Abyssinia is obviously committed to anti-terror efforts, so we'd be happy to collaborate with the Iranian government in regards to the Middle East. We all know that the extremist Islamic actions tend to form a unified front in some capacity, so a fight against one group is a fight against them all.
Yeah, of course.
In all cases, if Saudi Arabia becomes Islamist, the chances of Egypt invading and freeing the Saudi government is over 100%. So we support you, Iraq.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, we
In
so
case of
do support you.
Afghanistan, we wanna puppet them. Actually, I speak them. I wanna.
I don't think the AU, which is committed to democratic ideals, would support the taking away of sovereignty in Afghanistan. I understand that Kabul is very unstable, but we must be careful with such a slippery slope.
The problem is that I have neutral foreign policy. So if Security Council just bring the issue to Security Council and they decide what we could done about Afghan situation, they can. I can change the regime, but I think it won't help them with the stability thing. But just brings the situation in UN, not about me. I just wanna use my influence in there. In any case, I don't offend the people. Just wanna help them.
I understand your intentions, but I think a puppeted government there is not something at least Abyssinia would support.
No, Nigeria would not support it either.
I know what you mean. What is your proposal about this situation then? What we can do? They don't have any resources nor industry that I can get with puppeting.
Still, you cannot puppet them. If you have the objective of puppeting their government in excuse of the Islamic State, the African Union won't support you. We support the freeing the government, but not puppeting it.
Correct.
Yeah, for sure. I'm just asking you about your proposal. What we can do about Afghans?
We change their government and we give them.
Bro, I think, as though I hate to say it, Abyssinia would back a coup there. We would back that.
I think we can do a coup. Yeah.
Egypt has an advanced intelligence. I could do that.
I know that Iran obviously has a significant amount of influence already there, so I think they would probably be able to coup that government with that influence.
Yeah, I think.
Abyssinia would be committed to peacekeeping thereafter as well, of course.
Yeah, so thank you for your support. I try to coup there, in case if you support us.
Indeed.
But after the UN meeting, I need to discuss it with all the UN nations because we are a peaceful country and I don't wanna.
Of course, you want to make sure that the international community is behind you. You don't want to take unilateral action on this.
Yeah. So thank you. Thank you for inviting me there.
Of course. Thank you for speaking, and we look forward to cooperating with you to ensure that extreme Muslim elements do not take control anywhere in the Middle East, Africa, or anywhere else.
Oh, thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye. For the remaining members.
I have something to propose.
Of course.
So I've been thinking that we could have a more integrated African Union by actually creating a faction between all members.
Abyssinia would second this motion.
Nigeria will also second that.
South African.
Out of roleplay, whose focus tree actually has the ability to make factions?
Yours.
I do have it. I do have it. But in order to do that, I need to do the Restore the Throne, which requires 45% nationalist support. And the game bugged me out, so I'm not able to get more of it. So it'll be difficult. Just a heads up about that.
No, you just need you need the local relationships.
Yes, but in order to get that, do you see the requirement? I need to either have the new African Union headquarters, which I can't get because I'm not democratic. I need to have restore the PDRE, which I can't do because that's communist, or I need to invite Zara Jacob. And in order to invite Zara Jacob, I need to restore the throne, which requires 45% influence or power of the House of Solomon, which is gonna be very difficult to get.
Which focus is it?
It's the one next to the African Union tree. Wow. Okay.
Endorse African Union.
No, it's the where is it? Local relationships allows me to make factions, but I still need to. I will need to get invite Zero Jacob, which requires more. I'll start working towards it. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Why didn't you did the focus of an area yet? My intelligence says here.
Sorry.
Did you guys make it an intelligence agency?
I did, yes.
I did as well.
Well, let you say that my intelligence seems quite superior because I can see what focus you can do, what focus you didn't do.
That's what happens when you put your spies in other countries. I am going
I
to.
didn't even put a spy over control. What me to send photo?
Hmm.
You'll share your screen. You don't have to send photo.
How do you join these roleplay games? Just join the Discord and then show up for them. Just the events for Discord has all the information.
But why didn't you the focus of an area?
Of what?
You didn't do the focus of an Eritrea.
No, I haven't gotten there yet. It's not a priority. Dog, I've been dealing with so much stuff with my nation for the last 2 sessions. It's ridiculous. I've only just got stable. But anyway, is there any other African Union business to discuss? I will agree with the creation of a faction when we're able to do so, but I think that'll take a lot of diplomatic effort and it'll take quite some time.
Yeah, South Africa stands with you on that.
Wonderful.
Yeah, so does Nigeria.
Obviously, the Libyan situation has been dealt with, which is fantastic. We'd like to thank the Egyptian-Nigerian forces for ensuring that happened.
We would also like to post that Nigeria will be developed. Oh, okay,
God damn it.
I would also like to be posting that the Nigerians will be expanding their naval forces to try and combat the piracy that has been going on within Nigeria's waters.
In your Delta rivers, yep.
Yes, we also would like to say that the Nigerian government has officially, without using military force, swayed the people away from Boko Haram. Boko Haram has been seeing a decrease in recruitment. We have been pursuing a policy of funding de-radicalization programs. Yes, this is costly, but it's better than, hurting actual people. So Boko Haram is no longer a major issue for me anymore.
We are very glad to hear that you will be dealing with these terrorists. They are obviously an existential threat, as is all mutated forms of the Muslim faith.
Yes.
Morocco. I have a large GDP, so I could start investing into you guys.
That would be appreciative.
Would be nice if you invested in Cairo.
I'll invest 2 civs in each.
Gentlemen, I will have to take my leave. I need to go to Berlin. This is just becoming outrageous.
Okay. I will go back to Cairo. Or maybe those from the Republic.
But thank you for meeting everyone. I look forward to making the African Union a more permanent organization.
Guys, can you guys accept my investments?
Will do.
Yeah, hold on, I can go somewhere.
Well, don't. No.
You need a better strategy.
Jeremy, what exactly is going on?
Great.
Chancellor Schroeder, this is Zara Selassie.
Hello.
Yes.
Selassie.
I will be very honest. We are getting more and more concerned by the day by these nuclear tests.
Selassie, can I invite you to Berlin? It's a bit loud here.
Indeed.
Come to Berlin.
Yep.
Russia just.
Mr. Selassie, let me speak clearly. The world wants to isolate Germany, but I don't think that this is a quite smart decision.
You have done 2 nuclear tests without provocation, and you have an attaché with Yugoslavia, which is taking unilateral military action in the Balkans. I frankly
Yes.
don't know what to say.
That's indeed right, but we feel betrayed by your country. We feel very betrayed because we did everything. Everything Germany does is the result of the isolation from the West. As you see, we are not the Germany we was when we supported you. Because you and the West are trying to push us into this direction. Germany stands strong.
You put me in with the West now, I see.
Yes, because you're quite really
together
right with the rest.
We did everything for your country when the world was silent. We risked the life of German men in the Red Sea crisis, and this is the thank for German support in Ethiopia.
We have condemned your nuclear strikes, or your tests, because obviously, why would we support the continued proliferation of nuclear weapons? The hostility that we are now getting from you, frankly, is shocking. It's as if we're speaking with an entirely different country.
As Lassie, you did the first hostility. We just react.
In that case, we unfortunately will have to also take action. I would like to announce that we are going to be shutting down Volkswagen plants within Abyssinia, and we will be closing off all trade with Germany. Thank you for your time, gentlemen.
Thank you too.
Thank you too.
Thank you too.
We do not really care if...
It's painful to do, but I am going to delete civs, because it's the only way for us to show us, obviously, getting rid of Volkswagen plants. So let's make a announcement. Delete channel? What do you mean, Aram? The FAQ channel should still be completely open. Go into the Discord, go to the top of the Discord, and you'll see a channel there called the FAQ. And that's the one you want to look at. It is completely observable. It's not deleted. It's this one right here. Really briefly, Aram, it's the FAQ channel right here. It's got to explain how to like join games and stuff like that. Just heads up. But okay, we're gonna go ahead and put out a statement. So we did shut down those Volkswagen plants. I deleted 2 civs, which we'll say was the Volkswagen plants that Germany built. And yeah, we shut them down. The other ones we will repurpose into other things and nationalized by the federal government. We can't work with these German warmongers. It is just unacceptable. Combat foreign influence. Yes, but can I join an MP game if I'm not that good? Yeah, that doesn't matter. All you gotta do is roleplay, man. We're not a tryhard server. We're not even a casual server. All we do is roleplay. Of course, you can. The server is open to all skill levels. Check out. Delete a channel to get better. Ah, I see what you mean. I need to delete that. I had a learning guide, like a bunch of learning guides linked, but I got rid of that channel. Because no, I don't think anyone was using it. But I will change that. Thank you for telling me. I do not know why the game's paused. That's a good question. Why are we paused?
I don't know.
I think Charles wants to talk to you. I think
that's fine, but we're not pausing.
Sorry. So first, I'm the Italian representative here. If things here that Italy is not supposed to learn of are being told, I shall defend myself.
Well, can you just leave?
We should talk about the nuclear situation, nuclear test situations among foreign countries. It's very worrisome.
I agree. We have shut down the Volkswagen plants within Abyssinia and ousted and cut off diplomatic ties with the Germans.
Italy wishes to do the same, and we just know if his allies want to do the same as well with Germany, to embargo them.
I will embargo them when we have the ability to do so, but currently we do not.
By the way, Abyssinia.
Mm-hmm.
At this current time, we still have each other embargoed. Would you like to lift those embargoements?
You are welcome to lift them. I never embargoed you. You did embargo me, though. So if you'd like to lift that, you're welcome to.
Oh, my apologies.
That is entirely a one-sided thing there, so feel free.
The trade war.
Okay, I wanna announce that in 10 days, Iran scientists will develop 4G technology. Yeah.
Wonderful.
My apologies, representatives. May I speak to the president of Italy?
We'll go back into our own channel now. Armenia is not taken, so it is open next Saturday if you'd like it. Why is the game paused? I already figured that out. Are almost done expanding our diplomatic corps. Diplomacy is a must if we wish to pursue any project from here on out. We're very slowly getting support. Can we do... No, we can't. Okay, what do we want to do next? Are we still running a surplus? No, we have a deficit. That's because we deleted those Volkswagen factories. I knew that would take a hit on the economy, but it needed to be done. How's it going? I see the RP hasn't divulged into nuclear war yet. Yeah, well, I wouldn't say that. Germany just did 2 nuclear tests, and all of Europe is like building up nuclear stockpiles, so it is very nuclear. I'm gonna get rid of the idea and join the games. In announcements, 1 second. Hello, who is this?
Yes, it is the French president, Mr. Sarkozy. We've come back to Ethiopia, sir.
Mr. Sarkozy, what can I do for you?
We noticed your most recent embargo on the German company of Volkswagen.
We have shut down the Volkswagen plants that were built in Abyssinia, and we have cut off diplomatic relations with the Germans after their very disturbing nuclear tests and the support of Yugoslavia in the Balkans.
That's wonderful to hear for the cut ties, but it also is not wonderful to hear that your economy might be dropping now due to the...
It has been hurt a little bit, but thankfully we have the coffee industry, the airline industry, and the other diversified sectors we currently have that are keeping us afloat. It is definitely a hit, but we will continue.
Of course, the French Republic would like to assist you in any way possible, and we are willing to invest civilian factors within you to assist your economy. How does that sound?
That would be greatly appreciated, and we are always welcome to democratic French investment.
Okay, we are willing, now it's going to sound like a crazy amount, 6 civilian factories within you, sir.
That sounds absolutely wonderful. We would love to have that happen. Absolutely.
Where would you like them to be placed, sir?
Amara, if you could, which is just to the north of our capital, the Amara region.
The Amara region, yes, I see it. There you go, sir. You should get
wonderful.
That now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sarkozy. We are very glad to have found a new European trade and investment partner in Europe, so we are very thankful.
Yes, of course, sir. I hope you can enjoy our French-made cars over there.
Absolutely, absolutely. We will do.
Yes, you have a lovely one, Mr. Selassie. I'll be heading back to Paris.
Have a good one. We will speak soon.
Yes, we will.
But to join the games, make sure you get the Millennium Dawn or HOI role in the rules for the Discord. You can't see part of the Discord unless you get the HOI or the Millennium Dawn rules, just a heads up. To join the games, just show up on time. You always know the time by the games based on the events tab, which will always have it. And then just show up like 20 minutes before the game. The ID will be put in announcements so you can join that way. And all the mods are always in the current mods channel too, so. It is time. We're gonna do some military stuff now because we need to start monetizing our military. I'm just thinking about what country to take next Saturday. Oh yeah, then you're good.
The Italian representative announces himself here.
Hello, welcome, Ambassador. Welcome. Take a seat.
Thank you. The city has actually improved a lot since the first visit during Berlusconi's government.
We have absolutely transformed the capital. Abyssinia is undergoing a miraculous economic development phase. So thank you.
We see. We're undergoing currently fast growth. Actually, I'd say. Your GDP has quite grown a lot. It's at 1 trillion right now. So
It is
that's,
1.6 trillion. Yes, it is
Yes.
very high. Yes.
First of all, we wish to embargo Germany, so we should inform you of that. Those should their actions, and we're also canceling all treaties we have with them. Of course, we'll stay in the EU because if we leave, it's gonna become just a German-only organization. As long as we stay here, we can counter their influence.
I understand.
And we also wish to continue furthering our relations with the African Union. For that reason, we're gonna continue investments into Ethiopia.
That is wonderful to hear. Our economy is undergoing rapid change, and the more investments we get, the quicker it will become sovereign. So we are very thankful. Gonna follow Mortar. Or Mortar Cash.
Sorry, silence yourself.
Yeah, sorry. I was just saying something. It's fine.
Don't worry. And I believe that is all for the moment. If there are any news regarding the situation,
I mean, I'm sure you read that in the news that we did shut down several Volkswagen plants and nationalize the rest of their facilities in order to be put into better use. And we also have, of course, cut off diplomatic ties with the Germans. So it has caused a bit of a hit to our economy, but we'll recover, and we are willing to take that hit since we obviously cannot support the actions of Germany.
Very well. Then we shall speak later. Farewell, my friend.
Thank you for your time. Mortar's fine. Sounds good, man. How's it going? Thank you for the follow. Never trust the Italians. True. And thank you for the bits, Bob. Appreciate it. Wonderful. Counterinsurgency. Not that we need it. We have max compliance, but makes sense. Honestly, we're looking really good right now. All we have to do now is go to this, and we'll be able to core. I think we might be able to core Eritrea with our tree. I forget though. Six days, and we get those Nigerian civs. We're up to 7 mills, 2 dockyards, and 41 civs. Stability of 93. For a while is 1%, so that is absolutely incredible. Doing well, just watching your tutorial series, so just wanted to watch, come in here and say what's up. How's it going? I hope you enjoyed the tutorials. Millennium Dawn is fantastic, so I hope they helped you enjoy the mod. A lot of people don't play it because they don't understand it, so I hope those helped you, man. Okay. We got that 2 days. Here we go. I hope it doesn't bug. Sometimes these will bug, so I'm really hoping that we get those 4th, because that'd be really nice. We could use those after we shut down those Volkswagen plants. So it looks like we do only have 8 more minutes before this game session is over, so we are almost finished here. We got 1 of them. That's unfortunate. Yep, failed. Fuck. I don't know why it does that. Sometimes they just completely fail like that. I really don't know why. I'm not sure if it's a bug or not. Good. I'm glad to hear it, Mortar. Hope you enjoyed. We are going to need to go back into volunteer service as well. Oh, we had mandatory service for women. Oh, we need to get out of that. We need to get back to volunteer service for women. We'll do that next. Right now we have mandatory service for women and a partial draft for men. So that's very, very, very odd. Let's go to volunteer service for women immediately. We'll do that next. I don't know if we'll have time by the time this game session is done today, but we will do that next Saturday when we come back for sure. Hell yeah. Yugoslavia. Military operation in Sudan, possibly. They did support the Salafist rebels in Libya, but obviously as a constitutional monarchy, we would not puppet or take territory there, so I don't want to have to do that. They're not friendly with us. I mean, we have amicable relations, but they do station troops on our border, and we did the same in response, so I don't think so, Coco. There's not much justification for it, to be entirely honest with you. We no longer need those. Cool. Defensive Ethiopia gives us a 25% core defense, which is ridiculous. So if we ever need to hold the line, we should be pretty solid. Stack up some entrenchment on that, and we would be very hard to break. So annex Eritrea. Since 1991, Eritrea got its independence back. It was ruled as a one-party state under a dictatorial regime. Now that they are defeated, this regime can install our own one. That needs to be rewritten, but nice.
Wait, what time is the game end out of our team?
Right, like in like 2 or 3 minutes. We can actually probably stop it right now, to be honest.
Oh, okay.
We gotta talk to Tristan.
Come.
Yo, Tristan, we're at the 5-hour mark, so if we want to call it here and get safe.
Oh. Yeah, I ran for maxed out on investments. I can't invest.
I'm gonna grab the save too, just in case. But yeah, we will in today's session here.
Cool.
Cool.
Make sure you take these save file so we don't lose it again.
Yeah, I got it, just in case.
Oh yeah.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna go in my stream. All right, we're gonna call it here for the day. We went for 5 hours. These sessions always last for 5 hours. Again, guys, if you want to join these games, they're open to everyone. There are 2 requirements: read the rule set, be willing to roleplay. That's all we asked. None of us care how good you are at the game. Most people in our games really aren't that good at HOI or Millennium Dawn. They just enjoy the roleplay. That's all that matters. So if you want to join them, feel free to do so. We're gonna go raid someone right now. We're gonna go raid Bert. Some of y'all know him from the Discord. He started to stream, so we're gonna give him a raid today, assuming he's still streaming, which I assume he is. We will call it here. I need to go get my AC working. I'm fucking dying over here. Jesus. Hope you all enjoyed the stream. Just a reminder, we will continue this next Saturday. Game starts at 12:15 Eastern. If you want to play in it, I advise you show up a little bit early, usually around 15 minutes early, so you can get the ID and troubleshoot any problems you have. Again, open to everyone. Tomorrow, we are going to have a Stellaris role-playing game, so if you're interested in that, that will be happening. Let's go start the raid on Burnt. There he is. All right, we're gonna go raid Bert. Okay, so yeah, tomorrow Stellaris, Star Wars Stellaris roleplay. If you're interested, we're being the Old Republic mod for Stellaris. We're gonna roleplay that tomorrow, and then I will not be back streaming probably until next Thursday or Friday. So just a heads up about that. Hope everyone enjoyed. If you want to join these games, they're open to everyone. Just join the Discord. So hope you guys enjoyed this. I had a great time. I mean, this is such an interesting playthrough as Ethiopia, Abyssinia. Gotta correct myself there. It's all right. Have a good night, guys.